Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. How's everybody doing? Let me get some things organized on this dirty desk of mine. Got a bunch of stuff going on. I got stream decks everywhere. I got sunglasses. I got a checkbook. I got a floss stick, a pen, more checks, health insurance card, an old phone, channel changer, coffee heating pad. Looks like a knife. A butter knife made out of plastic. YouTube. Good morning. All right, 1 second. Let me get some things organized and we'll get started here this morning. I don't know why it does that. It's so odd. Anyways. Alright, good stuff. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Alrighty, so let's get started. Sorry there. Douglas Herrick. Good morning to you. Alright, so what do we got? We got jobless claims data coming out. I should probably do this. I gotta bring up another platform here, but we're gonna get started. So yeah, we got jobless claims data. I think that's basically just came out. Let's see. Let's get into a pre-market chart. And that's not pre-market. Extended hours. Perfect. Doesn't really look like it resulted in a whole lot anyways. Sorry, still logging into a few things here. All right. Man. I know, sorry, this hasn't been very entertaining so far, but we'll get there, I swear. I'm just still loading up stuff. Trying to figure out where all this crap is at. Where is the VIX? Where is my VIX chart? There she goes. Nope, that's not it. Maybe this one. No, that's not it. Maybe that one. Not yet. The hell? Alright. That's cool. Alright, this will work. Okay, awesome. Yeah, we'll get started. So, again, we got data coming out. I don't know if you guys are aware yet, but the market is in a sell signal, not in a selling operation. You guys probably kind of figured that one out by now because you probably looked at the chart and saw that the market's been going down. If you're on any social media platform or take the time to kind of review news, you probably realize that the news told you were going to die again. So you could probably assume we were in a selling operation. So for right now, that does mean that the market is bearish. So we'll first start there. So we're going to pop this on a 30-minute. And I should add my camera, but my camera is in my laptop bag, which I could get. Where is that? Oh, it's right there. Nice. Not too far away. All right, good stuff. I'm going to add my camera here in just a little bit, but I'll hold off on doing that because if I do that, then you guys are going to be like, this stream is lame. He never does anything, never says anything. So yeah, we're trying to get back into streaming a little bit, so hopefully things go smoothly, and we'll keep rocking and rolling with some streams. That'll be fun. All right, so starting here, let's look at the market's selling operation. So we're going to take an arrow and we're going to point it right there. All right, so hopefully you guys can all see that. It looks like you should be able to. If you guys have any questions, always feel free, throw them in the chat, but we're just going to be hanging out. But yeah, so what you have here is a selling operation. Good to see you too. It's Lex and Grace. Is that right? Yep. Good to see you. Good to see you, Randy. Good morning, everybody. Again, the objective here in the stream is just to provide some research, and basically that's pretty much it. Research, maybe a couple trade ideas, things like that. You push the buttons, I don't. You guys know the jam or the jazz. And I would also consider us slightly a little bit of we'll call it a small news organization. Yeah, we'll call it a small news organization. So a one-person news organization, if you may. All right, so guys, that arrow is that's the selling operation. So that pretty much just means that once the market broke below there, algorithms flipped bearish, markets flipped bearish, and things have become bearish. There's a lot of detail and things that we can go into on that, which we'll, touch on as the stream progresses throughout the day. But for now, that's pretty much all you got to know, is that once you're below that 50 SMA, the market algorithms typically flip bearish, and that's what you get. You get selling moves. I can already tell that there's a few of you that are like, oh, it's a selling operation. Well, what about all the times in this box that it went below and then bounced back over? That's not a good selling operation. And you are correct in thinking that. It's like, well, what the heck? You said if it goes below the red 50 SMA, it's a selling operation, and look at this one, it just drops and then comes right back up. Yeah, I mean, that's totally true. But again, this is a macro trend over under signaling level, right? So it's even in this kind of choppy phase, you can clearly see that it's the shift point, right? So for example, positive, that's negative, right? And then the next day it gaps up over, that's positive, right? Little fakiness, positive, 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 kind of fakey, but negative, over, positive, negative, false, negative, etc., etc. There's ways to navigate that better and understand when you're in the chop. I've actually taught it to you guys and many people online many of times, little tips there. But nonetheless, pretty much the most important thing you guys got to be focusing on right now is that the market is in a selling operation. And it has been since, was that September 3rd? Yeah, so it has been since the 3rd, 2 days ago. And the selling operation started, I think, around 9:37 a.m. So we're going to highlight the area in the chart at which point the selling operation has started. Feel free to share the stream to pretty much everywhere because, again, this is it's great stuff to learn. Whether it helps you make money trading or not, I mean, it's another story. Trading's hard as it is. If bottom line, it's just to help you guys get a better grasp of the market and kind of understand the ecosystem and kind of how the money functions in the market. Now, whether or not you use that for trading, whether or not you use it for your own investing, whether or not you use it purely for entertainment purposes, research purposes, just to hang out on a YouTube stream for the day, so be it. That's all up to you guys. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to zoom in, all right, and we'll just take this arrow off. And we want to focus right here. Now, I'm not even really, again, I'm going to we'll get into this morning and we'll get into the market for today, but I'm taking us back to key metrics that have pushed us to where we're at now. So first we got to go back, understand why the market is A, done what it's done, B, why the market is where it is, and that's going to lead us into this morning. And then things should become a little more clear. Also, side note, I guess data's come out. Again, my rule of thumb, just a little tidbit, is that The data is always going to come out. It's not always, but the data will predominantly come out negative, or there will be negative follow through or a negative initial knee jerk reactions to data. If a negative, that is, if we're in a selling operation. Okay. I actually just sent an email out about this just yesterday, which we should probably bring up at some point in the stream today, because that will be a nice kind of academic, I would say a small academic literature piece that you could read with me on the stream that will help you guys kind of further understand my thoughts about how data is used as a way to further the market's movement in favor of players in the game. Anyways, we'll get to that. There's a lot in my brain. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about that. All right, so we're going to shrink this over a bit, and now we're going to zoom in. I'm even going to throw this on like a 5-minute chart. It's just going to make it a little bit cleaner, a little more simple. Actually, either way, I should go back to a 1 minute, but... All right, guys, so that's your breakdown. I know it doesn't look like much. It just looks like I threw a line on the chart, but this 50 SMA, that yellow line, that's the 50 SMA. And so real quick, we'll just go back to the 30-minute and zoom in. So you guys can see the red 50 SMA. You can see my arrow points to that 50 SMA, and then you can see the horizontal line, all right? So when a lot of people would look for, say, a breakdown in the market, they'll probably do something like this, where they would say, this is support, and when we get below there, it's bearish, which, I mean, to a degree is entirely true and 100% correct. But we would be looking for the market to get bearish here. All right? That's where we watch the market bearish. Like back here, all right, we wouldn't look for the market to be bearish below this low. We would look for it to be bearish here. All right, and we would look for it to be bearish here, and arguably here, and arguably here, and arguably here, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We look for the markets to be bearish as it's attempting, or it has the potential to shift below its bullish, bearish trend location as defined by the 50 SMA. And there's other tactics and stuff that we look at too. All right. So again, oh yeah, sorry, our Discord link in the stream is not working. That is because we have discontinued our free Discord chat rooms. Just this morning, we are no longer offering free Discord communities. We've done it for, I don't even know, 8-9 years now, it seems like, and it's just gotten to the point where it's not, I don't know, it's time consuming. We don't really want to sit there and actively manage free chat rooms anymore. There's about 16,000 different chat rooms on the internet that you can go and hang out in, that people share great information in, and so on and so forth. And then not to mention the amount of phishing accounts and spam accounts that have, are active in Discord and whatnot. It makes it even easier for those accounts to reach out to individuals, especially if you're operating free chat rooms. It gives them a bigger base of people that they can possibly fish and basically reach out through direct messages and things like that. And there was a guy who recently in our chat room was the victim of one of those phishing attempts. So that made me feel bad. So again, it's just kind of like, it's another security measure. Also, we've been doing it for 9 years. It's gotten to the point where we don't really want to actively be managing, free chat rooms and things like that. So most of our free stuff, if there's going to be any kind of free communications, it's just going to be through YouTube like you're seeing now, or maybe through Twitter, things like that, or our emails we maybe send out and things of that nature. Really just trying to keep things as secure as possible and kind of in-house and things like that. So thank you for letting me know, because I'll probably have to do something about that Discord link. Okay, so what we got here. So we got a breakdown of the 50 SMA, right? So that basically means the market's bearish, okay? So as a tidbit, that basically means, not basically, it does mean, it means you're not going to look for the market to be trend positive or trend bullish until you're over the 50 SMA. Okay? So, right here, I'm going to highlight it with the green box. That's where the 50 SMA is at. Okay? So you're not bullish unless the market is above that price point right now. There's two ways to consider bullish. Bullish for a bounce and bullish for a trend. Which means you could be bullish in the sense that you're looking for oversold bounces in a downtrend. And that's what you're watching right now. If you're looking for anything bullish currently in the stock market, you need to tell yourself that you are counter trend bullish, but not positive trend bullish. Okay? And the reason why is because the market is in a selling operation. Therefore, it is counter trend bearish, right? So you can only look for counter trend pops to be bullish on. Then once the market flips and actually gets positive, you would be trend positive and dip to long bias. Okay? That's how you can start to help yourself build correct bias and correct narrative. Okay? Real quick, sorry, you know what, Mark? That's a very good question. It's a 30-minute time frame. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this text on the top of the chart, and you can refer back to this at any time. Open. This is the proper way of saying it. It's called open, high, low, close. That's the abbreviation. So I should actually do it like this, eh? Open, high, low, close with the abbreviation of OHLC. And then it needs to be on a 30-minute, not E3, 30-minute, oh snap, 30-minute time frame. And the open, high, low, close, 30-minute time frame. Oh, and then you need to apply 50 SMA. Additionally, I don't need to add that. That's fine. 50 SMA. That's what you need. Right there. All right, so that's going to be there if you ever, for anyone who wants to. Actually, I should add more context to there. Let's see. Bruh. All right, so all up there for you guys. Each platform could be a little different in the process of setting up the chart like this. Thinkorswim, it's a little different. TradingView is a little different. Webull is a little different. They're all a little different as far as how you actually go about setting them up. All right, so any questions so far? And when I say that, I would actually like you guys to interact with the chat. It makes my life a little bit more fun here behind the screen. So when I do ask questions, feel free to throw some chat. There's no incorrect answers, anything like that. So let me know if everything's pretty clear so far. You guys are all good to go. And then again, make sure to share the stream. We would really appreciate that. SPY retesting 5,506. Oh, that would be, oh, sorry, SPX, my bad. Let me take a peek at the chart real quick. SPX retesting 5,560 would be all the way 5,560 before its final leg to a double bottom or a bear trap. Maybe, I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm not sure what kind of metrics you're looking at. If that's your trade plan or that's what you're thinking, possibly, maybe. Oh, let me get back to pre-market here. Actually, I gotta bring this guy up. All right, so we'll dive into we'll dive into a little bit about the current day. Let's see. Let's go into a pre-market chart here. Extended trading hours. Okay, so again, you can so far see based off of we'll go to like a 1 minute for the moment. It kind of looks shisty here. It just doesn't look right, but it is. So we can even bring up this guy here. So far, it looks like, today's announcement really is just a bunch of, whateverness, right? We got the market data, pop, drop, pretty much not a whole lot. Movement is still mainly downsided right now. Let's go pop over, check out the Qs real quick. Again, pretty similar, down, pop, drop, etc., etc. So mainly downsided so far as what we've pretty much seen this morning. All right. So, yeah. All right, we're gonna move in a couple more things, and this is pretty much to say you just pretty much go to the market each day and make a couple estimates. Okay. Next thing on the list I want to go over is all of this. So. Let's take a look at this chart real quick. All right, so get a good visual representation of the SPY here. All right, get a good visual representation. Okay, you got it. Sweet. Now, let's go through not all of, but most of the big name stocks. So let's look at Apple. All right. You see when Apple entered a selling operation? Let's do it real quick. So we're going to throw a vertical line here as a reference point on the chart. That was on August 20. When was that? That was that probably August 30th? No, I can't be right. It's the next day over right there. Yeah, so on Tuesday, or whatever, the 3rd, so September 3rd, right there, that vertical line, that's September 3rd, all right? The arrow is pointing exactly to when Apple entered a selling operation, right? So you can see that. All right, let's add a reference point. Let's go back to a 5 minute, or we can even do a 1 minute. All right, so right there, that yellow line, that is the bullish, bearish, over-under level for Apple. On September 3rd, Apple gets rejected / breaks down the 50 SMA and enters a selling operation. Ironically enough, that is when you get your bigger down drop on the SPY, right? So look at what day is this? That's September 3rd. So is it a coincidence that on the same day Apple enters a selling operation, the SPY enters a selling operation? Okay. Let's continue down the list. So if we go to NVIDIA, a lot of people, all the eyes have been on NVIDIA, this, that, the other, so on and so forth, right? So if you look at NVIDIA's already been in a selling operation. Ready? So here's the buy operation. There's a false little break. Top is getting put in, breaks down, roll, selling operation. Okay. Go to Microsoft. Microsoft was used on the same day as Apple to help trigger that market sell-off on the 3rd. Both Apple and Microsoft on Tuesday, September the 3rd, were two individual stocks that were transitioning below their algo level. So it was on September 3rd that you at least had Microsoft and Apple, two big cap stocks, trigger sell algorithms. So for me, the way that my brain, you know, rationalizes some of the market environment on Tuesday the 3rd for both for the market is that some of your big major cap stocks such as Microsoft and Apple had algorithm sells triggered that day. So their market caps decreased obviously because they're selling down, so they're losing market cap. And as a result, that had to eventually be priced in and reflected on the S&P 500. So as a result of market cap decrease because of algorithm selling taking place on two major market cap stocks, there was an eventual correction in price structure on the S&P 500 on Tuesday the 3rd of September. Okay? Moving to Google. Google has been in a selling operation. Amazon was used a little bit yesterday to trigger a roll in the market. Okay, so just yesterday you can see Amazon got a little selling action. All right, so let's zoom in. Ready? So what do we say? Below the 50 is bearish. So look, it's positive. Below, bearish. Above, positive. Fake out, below, bearish. Right? So let's zoom in and take a peek at, and you can see I already had an arrow and a yellow line marked off here because that's what we were doing in our Discord, and some of our paid stuff was emphasizing, hey guys, Amazon is probably getting ready to slip and sell here. And as a result, it's going to help roll the market a little bit. All right, so let's go zoom in on Amazon just yesterday. Ready? The arrow is pointing to the algorithm over under. And when I call it algorithm, it's because it's not that the 50 SMA is an algorithm, it's that algorithms and high frequency trading operations use SMA calculations significantly in their procedures and operations and the way that they work. They look at moving averages and many other things, but one of which specifically moving averages. Since we know they use moving averages, they become triggers, right, for if-then statements that are coded and or written into algorithms. As an example, if stock AMZN, Amazon, is below 50 SMA as calculated on an open high low close chart on a 30-minute time frame, then stock is more likely to decrease. So please sell, right? Or whatever they would write. And that's a very baseline example, but algorithms work on a lot of if-then statements. And I've learned this through studies. I don't write algorithms, but I've done enough teaching and studying that I understand, some of these concepts at face value. All right, so we know that if-then statements are recorded into algorithms, and then also simple moving averages are a major part of algorithms and the calculations and things that they use. Right, so the 50 SMA level is an uptrend downtrend level and an over-under level. All right, so as the market starts to breach the 50 SMA, it then becomes more likely that the market would sell because it's not positive. So yesterday at 1300 hours, all right, 1 p.m. Eastern, you had Amazon break down the 50 SMA, right? So we'll just go back to the 30-minute, ready? So let's look at the 30-minute, ready? And this could be off a little bit. I am off just a hair, maybe. I don't know, it's debatable. We'll throw two lines, right? But you can see, ready? It's this candle. I'll zoom in really, really bright here for you. Ready? So you see right here, right? So the 50 SMA is arguably here. We'll just we'll make it like a little box, right? So this is basically like the 50 SMA location right there. Okay. So we know that as the market starts to give up that level, it can then shift bearish. I'm zooming out. Price action, where'd you go? I don't know. Right there. All right. So once the market had given up that level yesterday, there's your down swoop on Amazon. So now let's line up the time frame. It happens at 1 p.m. Nice to catch you here, Jesse. All right, so it happens at 1 p.m. here. Now let's move into the SPY, and let's look at that time for yesterday. Let's see, 1 p.m. right here. So 1,300 hours, right about there. All right. Vertical line, and I'll throw this on a 5-minute, make it a little cleaner. All right. So this vertical line right there, that guy, that is 1 p.m. Same time, Amazon, big market cap stock enters sell operation. There's other things that are taking place outside of just Amazon, but that's one little piece to the puzzle that was taking place yesterday at 1 p.m. was Amazon was slipping the 50 SMA. That can add negative selling pressure to the stock. Amazon is a major market cap stock. With some successful follow through on the selling operation, you should see some decrease in the stock market. All right. Now, there's other stocks. Rippo Radar. Moon soon. Hell yeah, brother. Glad to see you again, Steve. Nice to see you too. So again, excuse me. So yesterday, 1 p.m., we had a nice sell move on Amazon, which helped trigger some movement on the SPY. Whew. All right. That is just fantastic stuff this morning. It has been an absolutely beautiful morning to wake up with you guys. All right, so guys, we're going to take just a small step back here. Not really. I mean, it's all, everything we talk about, you know, and all the research and stuff and tips and tools and things we provide. It all goes hand in hand. So we're going to take a small step back here. And we're going to go over Jesse's question. Jesse's question here. And so Jesse's question is there anything you could share in regards to identifying when a 30-minute 50 SMA break is significant? Question. Consolidation chops it back and forth quite often, and when it goes, it's often hard to catch. Good point. There's a couple things that I want to emphasize there in the question. A significant break. B, it chops in consolidation for a little bit, which makes it kind of challenging to understand at times. And then once it starts to go, or when it is a significant move, it's hard to catch. And that is the point. That's the point, all right? And when I say that's the point as in the system can't be so easy that it's just like, oh, well, duh, let's just all click buttons and it's going to work and it's going to be great, right? Because then it would just be too easy, right? But this, by far, is one of the most simple guidelines to understanding the ebbs and flows of the market and when things are bullish, bearish, and positive. So let's get into a way that I identify a chop environment many times well ahead of consolidation or extended consolidation. Let's dive in. It's 9:06, so we got a little bit of time before the market opens. So we will dial things back as we get a little closer to market open. We'll start kind of looking at the market, as we get a little closer to market open and, and things like that. But for now, let's jump back to small brain fart there. Also, probably going to get some more coffee here in just a hot second. And then I'll probably add my camera. And then maybe I'll add some stream overlays that I have and haven't used for years. Okay, so there is sorry, brain fart again. All right, so this is one way that I kind of use. I mean, not really one. I mean, it's one of the main ways that I use to identify consolidation. All right, which is this right here. I'll circle it. That probably won't help if I circle it. Let's zoom in more. I'll highlight it with a box right here. That and that. Okay. You might be thinking, like, what does that even mean, right? So this is one thing I look at. So this blue line, that's a 10 SMA. It's a 50 SMA in red, 10 SMA in blue. This would be a 10 SMA crossing below the 50, and then this would be the 10 SMA crossing back above the 50. I basically created a rule for myself because the question you just asked me many, many years ago, or I wouldn't say many, many years ago, but a long time ago, I said to myself, damn, sometimes it goes into consolidation and sometimes we have kind of these false moves. And I've gotten out of the habit of calling them false moves, and I've gotten in the habit of just calling them shorter term moves, right? So what we're getting is we're getting very short term pulls and breaks above and below the 50 SMA there. So the rule that I created, which I'm going to put in text on top of the screen, is when, oh, that ain't working. That's wrong. Hold on. When the market creates back-to-back opposing crosses, which I spelled wrong, crosses, in a short period of time, market is / most likely entering a consolidation period. So back on August, what is that, the 22nd or maybe the 23rd? Yeah, so on August 22nd, we had a break of the 50 SMA and the 10 SMA cross below. And then just the following day on the 23rd, we had the market break back over the 50 SMA and the 10 SMA cross back over the 50 SMA. So that right there, those two crosses told me consolidation. So I had already basically came to the conclusion from these two trading days the market had entered consolidation. All right. At that point alone, I had marked off the high and low range of the current consolidation, which would basically be like this high and this bottom, right? But we're only right here. And actually that's wrong. It'd really be like this high. So after that cross, and I'll throw a vertical line, Alt-V. At this point, this is where we're at in the chart. We have no idea. So we've seen two crosses. We don't know what's to come, but we're assuming consolidation because the moving average system has signaled that is a very good possibility. All right? Fast forward. And again, we've added the high-low range, low-high. Fast forward. The selling operation that's going to have follow-through or the buying operation that's going to have follow-through has to now break the consolidation range. There's your break so far. All right. So when we start to get back-to-back crosses in short periods of time, you can only get that by the market going down and then going up and then going down and then going up, which is literally the definition of consolidation. So it's hard to know consolidation is happening or it may continue or it's on the horizon without at least getting some sort of signaling that that's even occurring. And for me, that would be two back-to-back opposing signals or crosses in a relatively short period of time. 1 to 3 days, maybe 1 to 4 days, something like that. But usually like 1-2 days or within like couple trading sessions, right? At that point, a lot of times you're doing the back-to-back shimmy, right? When you're in the back and forth shimmy, chimichanga, there's more tactics that we use to stay on top of it, which we won't quite cover right now because it's just going to be too in-depth. And it's a little bit of the secret sauce, so, nah. But, yeah. So, yeah. Hold on. Let me delete these off. All right. Cool. Take this off. So hopefully that helps. Hopefully that makes sense. Alrighty. Again, make sure to share the stream and with your grandma. I know she'd love nothing more to listen to my beautiful voice as she knits this morning. All right. I will be right back. I am going to get a coffee. But before I do, this could be a great opportunity. Wait. Sources, scenes. So then I have to make a new scene. I'm going to try to add one of my old streamlays. Real quick. Just bear with me, people. Hold on. Back to here. Wait a second. Can I not add it without being in there? The screen's going to go black for a second, but just bear with me. Wait a second. Let me think. Am I being dumb? I am being dumb. Okay. Got it. Screen's going to go black. Don't worry. We're just a little rusty. Media source. Is that what it is? Media source. Existing. Browse. No. Where'd it go? There you are. No, not that one. Oh, that's starting soon. Damn it. I'll be right back. Lame. 1 second, folks. We're getting there, I promise. Got it. We're good. We're almost there. We have almost succeeded in life. Wait a second. Everybody just hold your whiskers. Wait, damn it. But I swear we are close. Browse. Boom. Stream overlays. Yes. Boom. And there we go, folks. On that note, I am wait. Oh, lame. Deleted the wrong one, but that's okay. We can bring her back. That's weird. Guess we'll have to restart that. Stream media source. Boom. Okay. I don't know how that didn't work there, but okay. All right, perfect. So, yeah, there we are. Be right back. It's back, baby. Let's go. All right, so, yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a coffee. But why did that? Oh, I know why. It has been a while. 1 second. A little rusty here. We gotta send this bad boy on a loop. That's why, because it's running out. So if we put it back on loop, she's gonna be there until I come back. Alrighty, but let's just double check and make sure that's correct before it doesn't work. Yep, it's looping. Alright, folks, I'll catch you back in a sec. Alrighty. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that little delay there. My apologies, my apologies. What you gonna do? But get some more coffee. And I set up my camera, so that's cool. Getting that kind of situated right now. I don't know how this is gonna look. It's been a while. It's been a while since you guys have seen this beautiful face. It's kind of, well, it should work. Should be fine, should be fine. Let's move that over a little bit, like that. All right, we're gonna pop this bad boy on here. Let's see, it's been a hot minute, but add source. Video capture device. Existing, should be it. Or not. HD Pro webcam. Yep, that would be the one. It's kind of odd. Didn't work. There it goes. Hey, finally. Look at that hair. Look at that. I'm getting old. Look at that receding hairline like no other. Like, damn. The Lord just did not want to bless me with some good hairlines, that's for sure. Why is this tweaking? It's like I want that. There we go. That could be a good spot. Let's pop this bad boy down, shrink her up a little bit, like that. I don't know where I like it. Usually bottom right, but it looks like that's gonna get in the way. So I guess we'll stay bottom left with it for now. Let's make sure this is good. Maybe I'd shrink this down a bit. Something like that. Perfect. Good morning to you. Good morning to you guys. Damn, I should put this on the left side. Camera should be there. You guys don't see that craziness. What are we gonna do? All right, let's get into it. Bullish over 552, possibly. I have no idea. Never done this before. So basically, you're bullish over the pre-market high. Gotcha. Yeah. So, man, we actually, I don't say we, but yeah, the analysis we put forth just yesterday was suggesting, actually, the analysis we put forth, what was that day? That was Tuesday? Yes. So on Tuesday, we suggested you should be long here. So at the end of the day, we suggested you should watch for kind of, and when we say long, let me rephrase this because we're in a sell signal, right? So when we're talking about watching markets long, it's because the markets were oversold. There's the camera. Let me move. It's just weird. It's a weird, I never talk this way. It's been a long time, so I'm gonna get organized here. So the reason we had suggested watching markets more on the long side, end of day Tuesday, and then into tomorrow or yesterday morning to start, was because we're on support. Oversold support. We're not trend positive. We are, it was oversold support. So it wasn't necessarily trend positive, but oversold support. And I'm actually I'll add that on the chart here real quick. Well, I mean, I don't even need to. That's just it. I could show you how we got it, but then again, we'd just be giving away too much sauce. You know what I mean? So, and the reason I say we have released a lot of cool setups and strategies over the years, and essentially the more we release them or kind of show, a lot of times the less effective they become. So it's kind of like a give and take. It's like, and some of you, probably most of you guys watching the stream know exactly what we're talking about. But again, it's like the more you talk about something, the more you show something too much, again, a little bit less effective they can become. I wish it weren't true, but it kind of is true. So hence the story, the more people that see a pattern, the less likely it is to work, right? It's actually funny. It's like there is this, thought that it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like the more people see something, know something, then the better it is to work. I think it's the opposite. I think the more that someone sees something, the more people that are using something, the more volume that is then concentrated into that particular direction, into that particular pattern, and then the more likely event would be wipe liquidity in the opposite direction, right? So if all the liquidity was chasing a flag up, run it down, right? So if there's less liquidity chasing a flag up, then where are they? They're on the short side, hence break it up, right? Concept. So it's kind of like my thought process. Again, everyone's got their own jazz, right? So yeah, basically this is currently support for the moment down in this area. Obviously, you could look at the chart and see that it's bouncing. Now, real quick, I should bring something up. Again, this is all just entertainment purposes, fun streaming stuff. But yeah, let me bring up something else here. It's funny, I'm actually running a stream. I'm running a stream on one of our other channels, but YouTube just refuses. They're like, nah, we're not gonna allow anyone to see this stream over here. Like, nah, we don't want that. All right, so, and again, if you guys are in a trade, you're doing something, you can just disregard me. If you want to come back and look at what we're doing, feel free. TT, what's going on, brother? Yes, it's been a long while. All of a sudden, recently, my streams are working again. So, someone has taken the leash off. It's nice. One second. Just working over here. Just working, folks. Don't mind me. Alrighty. So, here we are. So, a few moments ago, we talked about this is the market support. All right. So, this was a post to Twitter. Again, posts are posts, Twitter is Twitter, again, but, was really just kind of coming in the other day, and it was at 3:49 p.m., I think. Yeah. Yep, so at 3:49 p.m., a couple of minutes late to getting it out to people, but you can see here, if we look at this 549.34 support. Again, a lot of people will draw on a chart and call supports, and, but so far it's worked very well as the support area for at least this kind of oversold counter long bounce scenario. All right. So that was what was that? Was that yesterday? It was September 3rd. Oh yeah, so that was the big drop day. So the day that the market was dropping, you went to the news. The news pretty much just told you to spend all your money. The world's ending. Nothing you can do about it. Yeah, that day. That was the day. Yeah, the day where the market went down and forever and ever and ever, and 1,000 bajillion people were just waiting for the bottom. There it was. 549.98, 549.34. Somewhere in that area, right in that zone, right? So that was our suggested oversold support level on that day. There's other little macro supports that we may talk about through the day, but if we're talking about big things that we follow, there it is. Well, that's still macro, right? That's still a macro support. And we even mentioned that, macro support zone. So, macro would be, this isn't like the be-all, end-all support. Sometimes they could be, and you never know for sure, but really just trying to emphasize more of a short-term macro long environment that we were seeing on that day where the world was ending again for the third time in 2 weeks. But still here, so I guess we haven't ended just yet. Things are going okay. Maybe I should not gonna say it. Almost said something, would probably just get us whacked off YouTube again. We're gonna refrain from that. It's not needed. Everyone knows, Connor. Not needed. Alrighty, so let's continue. Alright, let's take that down. Where are we? 9:31, so it is market open. All right, so let's deploy a couple thingies. That looks really weird. There is just absolute. Did we just straight up open with absolutely zero gap today? Is that what's going on? All right, we're gonna stop this one over here because it's just useless right now. Again, guys, I'm really just here to provide you guys some market research, analysis, some giggles, some laughs, kind of be slightly news oriented, as in, you know, the network for the networks. What we actually, we will a little bit later bring up some cool stuff to talk about. I think everything's cool when it comes to finance, really, and money and winning money and then losing money and looking at candlesticks and drawing little pictures, lines on a chart. I think it's all fun. All right. So yeah, it appears we're not really opening with, we didn't really open with a gap. So we're not going to be using overnight gap strategies, nothing like that. That is the 8:30. Sorry guys, I'm working on another screen right now, kind of figuring some things out. Don't worry about me. Oh no, that's right. For some reason my Thinkorswim is an hour off. I'm Eastern time, but it's telling me that it's like, I don't know, Central time or some shit. I don't know why. So, realistically, where's it at? That's kind of interesting. Yeah, we've already done that. So it looks like we're moving in at 460.32s. Again, I'm a little slow on some of the stuff. When you're streaming, you don't fully go over all your research, but I mean, there's a bunch of stuff we could talk about, but, you know, like I said, we're still in a sell motion. We're kind of on support until we really give out kind of previous day's lows. We're kind of just in like a little bottom bounce area. There's no big, it would be better if the market, or I guess maybe the stream would be a little bit more fun too if we were currently shifting over under a buy signal. But right now we're just looking at moves back up. We just hit 665 trend, things like that. All right, so I'll bring over some of the stuff in a second, kind of getting it all situated. Let me just make sure. Okay, everything's good. Okay, cool. All right, again, just like I said, getting a couple things situated. Fine. Then we got, that was QQQ. Yep, there's that guy. So that's the 1 minute. There's like right now I'm just kind of looking at a couple things that, you know, kind of using some strategy from my business partner Brandon, who is again kind of the lead trader in our room these days because he's just too damn good. So I'm just kind of looking at some of the tactics he would use and things like that. So not necessarily going to show some of these things because that is primarily his strategy that he's developed and his secret sauce and stuff. So not going to really be looking at much of that, but I'm just kind of adding some of this stuff on some other charts here. Basically, we just hit, you know, some resistance, the 100 fib. That's obvious. But anyways, we'll get into it a little bit more here. All right, I'm going to bring this back to a pre-market chart here, folks. All righty, cool. Pop this guy here, QQQ. 730. Also, 161 targets, you know, currently for some things are as high as like 46146. That would be QQQ. Again, I can't say I'm in love with a lot of things right now. Man. All right, good stuff. Let me get over to SPY. I'm trying to double check some of my work. Arguably, let me actually look at this here. All right, so what I also want to look at is the VIX here this morning. I haven't really done much on the VIX, but that's going to be important. So I'm going to cover this with you guys real quick. All right. I know this chart may look a little busy for some of you guys, but, you know. So here's another pretty important piece to the puzzle. The VIX just the other day hit +3 standard deviation. Obviously, that's resistance, generally speaking. So that's also predominantly why you saw the markets kind of bouncing. We hit, market support. You also hit +3 standard deviation, etc. So VIX pulls back there. Not to mention the VIX entered a buy signal. What was that? Monday, Tuesday. Yeah, sometime last week entered a buy signal. But what we're really kind of looking at here with the VIX is some of the 1 minute, 5 minute. Oh, the VIX isn't quite open yet, but we'll get there. But so it looks like the market is below the 5 minute. Let me double check the pre. Yeah, so the VIX is currently below the 5 minute. Okay, we're open there. Yeah, my bad. Never mind. I'm dumb. Yeah, so VIX is below the 5 minute. So 5 minute chart VIX is bearish. 1 minute's bearish. As long as the market remains below the 5 minute and 5 minute downtrend holds true, then obviously we are going to see the market juice up a little bit. So we do have a 5 minute downtrend on the VIX. That's currently in the short term helping the long-term bullish pop on the market. Again, that's very, very short-term stuff. It would be nice to see the 15-minute VIX support catch up. So again, kind of a common theme when the 5 minute gives up, we'll transition to the 15-minute. The 15-minute on the VIX is going to be down at about basically $20, $19.99. Wait, yeah, $19.99. So let's call it 20. So $20 there. So bottom line, we do have a little bit of a 5 minute downtrend on the VIX, which arguably would lead to a 15-minute support tag as long as that downtrend remains. So right now we'll be looking at a 15-minute VIX support catch-up or markets to decrease to the 15-minute. Either or we're fine with. That remains true until the 5-minute trend changes, which again, as long as the VIX kind of 5-minute trend stays down, you're going to see the market juice up. As you can see, that's taking place. We did mention we do got some targets on SPY, 55238. So we're getting pretty close to that long destination. I know somebody in the chat said they're going to be long bias over like 552, basically the pre-market high. You could be, but you need the market to break out and keep going. But as we come into about 55238, basically the pre-market high, you're starting to hit long targets that we would look at. So as you're thinking of breakout long, you're reaching our long target destinations. Doesn't mean it can't go further. Things can do whatever they want, right? But a lot of things that, traders would be looking at is for markets to basically go where they just went, maybe have some resistance, right? Speak of the devil. Anyways, I got to look at something else here. Again, guys, there's a lot in my brain, so just got to bear with me. Looks like we already did the 46146 there on the Qs. That's pretty good. All right. What else? Where's the VIX? Bring back up the VIX. So VIX is still just kind of chilling there. Actually, let's see. VIX 5 minute. Again, you guys can feel free to ask some questions. Make sure to share the stream. Again, there's about 49 of you guys in here, 50 of you. We gotta juice those numbers up. So if you gotta go spam some other kid's chat room, do that. But again, it would be a disservice not to. All right. So again, if you guys wanna, I would recommend, you could follow this too. If you guys want to bring up the VIX chart, throw your level at $20.94. Again, that's a very small thing right now. It's not like a major mega thing. It's a very micro piece to the story, okay? But you can at least throw a level at about, $20.94 if you're not on the proper chart function, which is an open, high, low, close chart, yada, yada, yada. Bottom line, about $20.94. That's a 5 minute trend. Long as the market's below that on the VIX, you're in a macro Actually, I would call it a micro. I keep looking there at myself to look at my hairline, but the camera's right here. But anyways, yeah. So below 2094 is a micro downtrend on the VIX, right? All right, looks like Brandon in our chat room has knocked out about, let's see, what did he do? He already did about 9 Gs on the day. Lit. Like I said, dude's a savage. Alrighty. What do we got? So again, guys, just an FYI, we hit some long targets in the market. I know it's just like, well, what? I mean, I know the market only went up a smidge, but these are long target destinations for the day, right about there. Those are some. There could be many. Bottom line, those are some long target destinations, just an FYI. Okay. Now I'm going to start diving into some other tactics, because now that we've done some early on targets, we got to start developing potentially new plans. Remember, we talked about this being support. So for me, I'm not really looking more bearish in the market in the immediates, or kind of recommending the thought of more breaking down until we give up supports. So just an FYI, we are in a bearish trend, currently at arguably oversold supports, not yet ready for more downside. Okay. That is going to be wrong. So let me readjust and redo. Extended trading. Man, stop it. Get over there. All right. So we are kind of at an interesting, we are at an interesting 5-minute trend there. So we've done the 5-minute, haven't gotten the 30. Let me double check extended trading. Oh, no. We are over the 10. Okay, so short term over under. Boom, boom. Ooh, let me look at that. 30 minutes high-low structure. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, we did just also hit 30-minute resistance high there. I wasn't even noticing. Again, I wasn't fully set up this morning trying to stream and everything. But, I mean, we already talked about it. We kind of hit some long targets, but you did hit a little 30-minute over-under resistance spot that pretty much has to do with the previous sell leg. You can see here, bounce. 30-minute top, roll down, top of sell leg. You are into that right now. Again, just some stuff. and that's another thing to watch, right? So, like that. Funny stuff. Again, guys, this bottom here is short-term support areas. And then, let's see, it's 9:45. There's 30 minutes until the next 30-minute candle anyways. So even if this 30-minute downtrending volume-weighted average price was going to hold resistance, a lot of times you'd have to wait for it to be in the next 30 minutes. We're not even really thinking about that for the moment. All right, we're going to flip this back to a pre-market scale now. We're going to pop this back to, damn it, I don't want that, to a 1 minute. All right, so pretty much the market is entirely, I would say the market's just going to remain long bias until obviously we take out any sort of the 1 minute trends. So just an FYI. that 1 minute trend in here is right here. I'll highlight the box if you guys want, but it's right there. That's our 1 minute trend. So pretty much everyone from the low of day that initially watched long, their average price is at about 55134. So that's the current 1 minute support trend for the 1 minute long kind of that's taken place this morning, right? So that becomes a 1 minute over under a lot of times. And as you start to come through that, that's where you can start to wash some of the volume to the downside that's initially been long bias on the day, right? Initially, your first tags try to get bought up, things like that. But as you kind of start swooping below, that's where you can have some resistance. So again, a couple things that I've added to the chart: 1 minute vol trend, 5 minute vol trend, 30-minute pre-market volume trend, etc., etc. Again, to just make it simple, basically once the day kicks off, if we have a nice trend to start the day, pretty much the first line of business is to come back test the 1 minute trend. 1 minute trend fails, market sells down to the 5 minute trend. 5 minute trend fails, sell down to the 30-minute trend. 30-minute trend a lot of times can hold a bounce, so on and so forth. Again, this isn't all meant to just happen just like that in the blink of an eye. You guys have to watch this stuff progress over days and days and days and days and days and days and days to kind of get a feel for this sort of thing, right? But anyways. Again, you can, and again right here, to emphasize that concept, right? So there's your 1 minute trend, right? Your 1 minute trend snaps, and where you go, you pretty much sell directly to the 5 minute trend, right? So again, ultimately, just kind of helping you guys emphasize what can happen is ultimately you take out 5-minute trend, you go 30-minute trend, things like that. Then again, it's not like you guys get the point. I'm not here to explain every single detail of the market perfectly. But again, just to provide the research, things like that. Foresight analysis. Moving on over to the good old Bitcoin, we might as well update its name to shitcoin. Again, we're still looking at sell targets to 54,000. You can actually see it's right there on the screen. Bitcoin sell target. All right, so basically Bitcoin's going to 54,000. It's lower than that. It's probably like 54,400 now, 300 maybe, something like that. But yeah, so Bitcoin, basically, we have a sell target of 54,400. That's been the sell target for weeks now. Hasn't really changed. It changes a little bit as the price changes. We update our target analysis there. But yeah, it's basically been relatively the same for a couple weeks now. So yeah. Let's actually, I'm gonna bring some stuff up with that. I'm gonna move Bitcoin right now. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm just gonna leave Bitcoin up. You guys can all add this stuff to your chart if you want to. What's good, Sam? Good to see you again. Yeah, somebody I don't know, somebody took the leash off the channel, at least for who knows. I don't know. Maybe it's I have no idea, dude. I really couldn't tell you. Alright, so you're gonna move this. What's up, Russ, man? Good to see you, man. Yeah, it's been I don't know, been a while since they allowed me to do such things. Alright, so we're gonna take a look here into Bitcoin. Wait a second, where are we at? Alright, so we're looking at Bitcoin. This is the Bitcoin thread in our Discord. The objective is basically to have an ongoing story of Bitcoin for users and kind of give them an idea of what should be taking place. When we say should, yes, a lot of times what should be taking place. You can never be perfect in the market, unfortunately, but we try our best to, which is very far off from, but you guys get the point. Alrighty, so this was back on the 8th, or the 26th of last month. So on the 26th of last month, when Bitcoin hit 64,200 or 65,200, 64,800, we had emphasized that Bitcoin has reached its target. So, and that was basically, I mean, we could go all the way back, but we actually just started this thread because we would always do stuff on stream and then we'd get lost in translation. So I'm like, let's just make a separate chat for Bitcoin so it's all timestamped there. You can always go back up the chain, back down the chain. So basically, we'll just get to here. Bitcoin reached the target for the breakout as discussed. 64,000 and some change, upper DB dailies and top-down weeklies. Expect some hesitation / selling, etc. Okay. Here's just some more info about it. All right, basically talking about we're coming into resistance here, and that was at like the 64,000, etc., 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 etc. All right, so this was on 8/27. Bitcoin down to around 54,000 in my opinion. We discussed this on stream today. Unfortunately, Bitcoin has room down to 54,000. We're still looking for potential decreases all the way as low as 38,000. That is going to be an unfortunate event for most, but it's very well within the realm of possibilities, whether it be now or later. When I say now, not really now, but you get the point. So we are actually looking at prices down to about 38,000 on Bitcoin, give or take. I could care less if it goes up, goes down, you know what I mean? But unfortunately, there is some cause for 38,000. This is just some intermediate stuff talking about the daily supports and what have you. Oh, and there's some emphasis on the 38,000 targets. Anyways, so yeah, and then this was kind of talking about the 4-hour back test. Anyway, so we're just going to get to where we got to go. But yeah, it's, again, right here, Bitcoin sell target, 54,000 some change. So that still hasn't changed. It's still basically the same. We're pretty darn close to it. Again, we dropped down to 55,600. So as far as going to the 54,400, I mean 85-90% of that selling target destination's already been completed. Now we're arguably looking at that last stretch into it. So looks like the market's juicing up pretty good. 46351 on QQQ is going to be a 261 target. Let's bring back the VIX, because I already know you guys probably forgot about it, but let's bring it back. All right, so does anybody remember in chat what we had discussed and talked about this morning occurring on the VIX? That is not a rhetorical question. That is a legitimate question that I'm asking. So if anyone cares to share, has an idea, it's okay to be wrong. It's literally why we're here. I'll give it a few minutes. I know there's a lag response on the stream, but I'll give it a few, and if no one says anything, then I'll give it up. But want to see if anybody knows what we discussed on the VIX this morning, what we were looking at, why we said the market would most likely kind of juice to the upside as long as something remains the same, which is always the challenging part. Does it remain the same? Right? Does anybody remember? No. Would anybody like $5 for answering? I'll Venmo you. Just kidding. Alrighty. Sounds like no one remembers. Remember, we had discussed the VIX has broken down the 5-minute trend. So the 5-minute micro trend is bearish. As a result, we are normally going to transition to the 15-minute scale and attack the 15-minute trend, which is at about right now $19.95, $19.97, or $20 on the VIX. As a result of a micro downtrend on the VIX, you'll probably see the markets juice up a bit. So that is one metric or one sort of intraday catalyst market that we would watch for confluence or edge on dictating market's direction. Okay? And there you have it. There's the VIX to $20. Like that. The question is, who the hell is watching my stream and then running algorithms to the price like that? Who are you? Stop it. Stop. Again, the main objective for me is to try my best at providing foresight analysis. Accurate, detailed, actionable foresight analysis to viewers and news. The news that we talk about delivering is, I don't really know, but, you know, we will get into that. Really, the news that I provide is that we know when the news is going to kind of flip bearish. That's the concept, is to know when the news is going to flip bearish. So we'll get into that later, but yeah, that's fun stuff. This is fun. This is a great morning, all right? This is a fantastic morning. It's a beautiful morning. You woke up, right? So, okay. What's next? I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe I do. Oh, little shit coin. I bet someone looked at the stream and said, oh, sell target, and just smashed a huge short and then got pushed out. Maybe. Who knows? I don't know. There's a lot of people in the market. It's a $1 trillion market cap. Is probably not what happened. All right, so it looks like we took out the 30-minute chart structure. So again, guys, you can see here, too, this is like another small piece of the puzzle I wasn't looking at the time. Again, take the previous 30-minute chart top, ready? Lower low, lower high, lower low, lower even low, even high. In between, there is, and someone in stream, right, talk about being over 552. So there's the 552 breakout after initial resistance. Markets are probably going to go towards, they're probably going to end up somewhere at 553.85. Maybe not in this immediate moment, but we should end up seeing 553.85 now or so on the market there. If it plays nicely, we'll see, but ultimately, 553.86, and I gotta double check that work, but let me just hold on. I gotta make sure I'm not being totally dumb here. Yeah. 553. Oh, even 554. So 553.80 to 554. Pretty. I mean, definitely on the table now. And then it's 10:03. So if the sell signal operation is going to remain true, then that means we're not going over that. So we'll see. It's going to be an interesting day here, because again, now that we're getting this fluid movement up to some of these levels, it raises the question: does the market get its sell signal rejection or not? Let me just double check a couple other random things. Let's see this guy. I don't want to get too busy on this chart though, but I mean, I don't even need to do this most likely, but just in case, I just want to double check through and yeah, okay. Yeah, I like it up to that 553, 554. And then if we dial back into like a 1 minute and a 5 minute, I don't even need to do. I'm not even going to worry about that. I don't even care. It doesn't even matter. Oh, yeah, sorry. Another thing, another little tidbit. Another reason we're kind of juicing up. We have taken out the 15-minute trend. Remember we talked about the 5-minute transitioning down to the 15-minute, etc. That being the next moving average in sequence. We took out the 15-minute here at $20. So that's another time scale moving average that's broken down and essentially create at least a micro sell move on the VIX, therefore creating a juice up on the market. All right. All things we watch. Ultimately, the VIX is still in a buy signal and the market is still in a sell signal. Believe it or not. I know that might be hard to believe. You're seeing the market shoot up this morning off of oversold support. But the reality is, as far as trend is concerned, we are still in a sell signal on the market and a buy signal on the VIX. Generally speaking, if you're going to have stronger market pullbacks, kind of like we just saw over the day or so, or last day, generally speaking, you're going to see the VIX in a buy signal and the market enter a sell signal, or vice versa. You'll see the market enter a sell and then the VIX shortly after enters a buy. it's when the two don't have confluence that you usually have a false sell signal or a false buy signal, so on and so forth. So somebody asked me this question earlier: how do you know when it's consolidation or it's not going to be like a total breakaway in the market, when the signal is going to be good, not going to be good? Generally, you want confluence amongst both of the markets. So again, somebody asked earlier this morning, what do you do about, consolidation, or how do you know? Right? So just the other week, and I'll bring it up real quick. All right, so this back here, this pullback, I'll highlight right here. That pullback in that right there, and actually I'll zoom in right here. So you see this pullback right here, right? So that pullback right there was you can see it. It broke down the 50 SMA, but then came right back up. So this was a scenario where we had started I guess predicting is a decent word, but predicting and running analysis and basically suggesting that the markets are going to try to pull back here. Pullback is not a sell move. Pullback is a pullback, right? So pullback, they're going to try to pull back. And the reason that we had suggested the markets were going to pull back, basically this move, was because the VIX entered a buy signal. So though the market wasn't in a sell signal, meaning go down, we were getting signals on the VIX that suggested the market should come down, right? So if the VIX enters a buy move, but the market hasn't entered a sell move yet, it's most likely an opportunity to pull the markets back to a support, right? So we had the VIX in this scenario of the market. So the SPY's up here, right? So SPY is trading here, but the VIX enters a buy signal. It's like, why would the VIX enter a buy signal if the market's not in a sell signal? Unless there might be something coming. Hence, anyways. All right, so when VIX enters buy moves and the market isn't in a selling operation, it's generally seen as a, hey, be mindful, we might start to pull the market back. Things like that. But then when you have the VIX in a buy signal and the market in a sell op, then you're getting confluence, and then the selling pressure is usually more aggressive. And it's vice versa for a buy. When the market goes into a buy signal and then the VIX enters a sell signal, you usually get the markets to juice even more, right? See, what we have right now is we basically have a market that is overbought on the VIX, right? So we have an overbought VIX market and oversold SPY market. VIX is still in a buy signal, and the market's still in a sell signal. That can change, but it hasn't yet. Oh shit. Get out of there. All right, so we just shied that 55386 target by, I don't know, about like 20 cents or so. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen, yada, yada, yada. You guys get the point. All right, I'm going to take off some of this stuff down here. It's just kind of like I don't really need it for the moment. Kind of getting busy. Again, we just... Oh, no. Please tell me I can get that chart still. There it goes. Okay. All right. So we had just talked about, the VIX, and it's, below the 15-minute. All right. So this is a scenario where the market's broken down the VIX 15-minute, but what you're... So look at, ready? Watch this. This is very micro stuff, but, these are all the things that your brain should be paying attention to. Right, so you see how we took out the 15-minute, right? Is the 15-minute going to break and just run away immediately? Maybe, sometimes it does, but it's not the most logical way of watching. Usually if something breaks a moving average, it wants to come back and back test it. So you can see here on the left screen, the red moving average. That's the 15-minute 50 SMA. And if you look at the screen to the right, and we'll zoom in, I've added the horizontal line. Right, so this horizontal line I just added, that's the 15-minute 50 SMA. This is most likely where the VIX is going to come back up and back test, right? So VIX, 15-minute trend back test, all right? Right, so as the market initially breaks away, it might be too soon for it just to keep running. So it's got to come back and back test, right? So it's very common. You'll see things like that. So it's pretty common. It's pretty logical that this comes back up to, 20 cents or $20, right? A couple other interesting things to keep note is the VIX created a 5-minute gap in the chart. So you do have to be aware. There's the back test. You do have to be aware of the 5-minute gap left in the VIX chart. So you may not see it, but it is here. And then that is going to potentially create magnets on the VIX back to. It's very, very slight. You can barely see it, but there's a 5-minute gap in the chart now. Again, so the VIX has a 5-minute gap fill back to 2042, right? As the VIX, or in doing so, going up and filling gaps back up, that's going to create decrease on the markets, all right? Now, hindsight 2020 would kick in and someone would say, well, was this really a breakdown of the 15-minute VIX, or is it really just a support test of the 15-minute VIX trend? You do what you want. You say it how you want. Be my guest. I can't do that for you totally, but you know what I'm talking about. You get the jazz, folks. You guys know, you know what the skill it is. Oh, dude, that's too funny. Pete the cat is in Jordan right now. One of the members from our Discord here is in Jordan right now, and he sent this photo. So apparently we own buses in Jordan, right there, BRT. Lol, that's funny. Yeah, we're a pretty big company. Pretty big company. We're global. We're global. No questions at all. Everyone's perfect. Alrighty. My ear just popped. That's odd. It's kind of uncomfortable. It's just ringing now. Lol. Um, oh man. Again, the most important thing you guys can probably do is share the stream in as many Discords as you can, as many other YouTube streams as you can, even though you probably can't, and then with your grandma. Again, grandmas need love too. The Fed rate cut on 9/18 is gonna be it's gonna be huge, folks. It's gonna be big, gonna be huge. Yeah, that's fun stuff. I've already had 2 cups of coffee, but a third one does sound pretty good right about now. You know? Alrighty, it looks like the VIX is kind of slipping that 15-minute a little bit. Again, I'm not going to make too much of the 15-minute for right now. It's getting a little bit too soon. But we would like to see it kind of tell us a little bit more. Hold up. Sorry guys, I gotta do something here. So again, general thoughts are always, as the moving averages break down on the VIX, it kind of helps the market push a little bit. But again, 1 second. What the shit? Come on. Come on, Connor. Get it together. What are you down, buddy? Too poppy. I missed you. Oops, sorry. That looks stupid. All right, guys. So the VIX on the 15-minute has broken down just a little bit, chupapi muñeño. All right, so VIX on the 15-minute has been taken out. So again, a little early to say because again, you have the price structure, so it's like unless the market just straight shits the bed, then you're probably looking at like a price structure bounce on the VIX down here around 1934. Either way, bottom line, again, I'm not really too concerned about that. Really, what I'm more concerned about is just watching the trend develop, which is right now we have the market on the VIX is still positive over 17. It's called $18, all right? But yeah, anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, so pretty much the VIX has taken out the 15-minute trend. As the VIX 15-minute remains negative, the market will then be attracted to the 30-minute. So just as earlier when we said, hey guys, the 5-minute VIX broke down, now we're going to be attracted to the 15-minute, okay? The 15-minute just breached on the VIX, so it could be too soon. Again, not going to make too many assumptions like that. But the normal ebb and flow of the market in the transition between averages would be that the 15-minute goes negative, we transition to the 30-minute, right? So now the eyes are on the 15 and the 30. 15 being remain under, go to 30, right? So that's kind of what we're watching now develop maybe today into tomorrow, next couple days. So ultimately, the 15-minute VIX breakdown, 15-minute micro trend remains bearish. We transition to the 30-minute. Transitioning to the 30-minute will most likely allow the VIX to keep coming down and market to juice up a little bit. Again, still could be a little early on that, but you guys know. Huh. Come on. I know we can at least get over 50 people watching the stream at once. I mean, I only have 166,000 followers. It's like, I wonder where they all went. I know there's like at least a bajillion people watching the market this morning. It's fun. This is good time. This is good. It's good for soul. Good for the soul. All right, let's get over to the chart again here. Oh, that's the Qs. Qs is kind of juicing a bit there. That's cool. We're at 1024. Yeah, all right. Oh, man. Oh. Okay, everybody. Remember, as we discussed, 55386 to 554. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're just going to all clap and cheer. And now we're going to go through some of our big names, right? So what we had covered this morning is mainly looking at the S&P 500, using some volume tactics, looking at the volume or looking at the volatility index, getting a feel for trend. Now what we want to do is kind of see who were the big players in the market that really repriced the market higher, right? So we knew the volatility index and we kind of had volume trends, so we kind of know where some of these shift points are at. But the SPY in the S&P 500 is merely just a reflection of your major market cap stocks, okay? So we want to take a look and see how they perform for the day. Now, if you're going to be I'll just stop there. I'll probably confuse people. So yes, let's take a look at some of those big guys. All right, so let's start with Apple. Oh, Apple's up. All right. So one thing I'm already picking up is Apple started a buy signal on the pre-market scale this morning. So on the pre-market, we started a buy signal. Regular trading hours, still bearish, right? So this is one way you can kind of, so anyways, yeah. So buy signal started on Apple today for the pre-market scale. But we're still in a selling operation, and I believe. Let me just double check. All right. Oh, perfect. So Apple went into a buying operation on the 30-minute pre-market. Pre-market scale sent it back to the regular trading hours 50. So you kind of see that, right? So you see the arrow above. Apple went into a selling operation on September the 3rd, okay? This morning, and again, I wasn't paying attention to it at the time, but again, as we kind of go back through a little bit of hindsight stuff and kind of recap and see what developed, we can clearly see, which also means you got to be kind of mindful of potential, I don't want to say it's resistance, but it could be used. It won't be used. So anyways, I'll just confuse you guys, but let's continue. So we know a selling operation started on SPY at the September 3rd. That's what helped throw the market down. And we can also see that this morning that Apple has recovered its 30-minute pre-market scale. So the 30-minute pre-market entered a long operation this morning, which then was used to send the market on Apple back up to then test its regular trading hours selling operation right there, okay? So this, what I'll mark off, so this is that, and then this down here. So again, this is the regular trading hours operation. This is down here, mother trucker. We'll say regular hours trading sell op level. Okay. And then this down here is pre-market trading buy op level. Okay. And this isn't always just straightforward. Again, you can't always like, oh, it's perfectly going to go into a buy signal and rip up like that. Yada, yada. You get the point, right? All right, so that's that. Let's take a look at NVIDIA. So NVIDIA is still in a selling operation, right? Doesn't mean that it can't bounce, but you guys get the point. So we had the selling operation on NVIDIA kind of start back here, kind of finally gave way. So I'm wondering if this morning we triggered a slight buy op. We did, okay? So you can see that we're triggering a slight buying operation on NVIDIA this morning at the price of 106.85. So if we go to 106.85, you can kind of see it. It's not like perfect, but ideally you can kind of see market roll, bottoms, comes up, and we've transitioned higher here. Okay, so we kind of create a little buy op there, macro, if you may. It's no guarantee that it's going to continue, things like that. Again, I'm not here to necessarily do that. There's a lot more to it than that. This is kind of just like narrative building, seeing what's progressing, happen, and taking place. Now, if you were watching some of these things in real time, right? If you were watching NVIDIA, you were watching Apple, you're watching Microsoft, and you're seeing some of these pre-market buying operations take place in real time, that would give you a little bit more bias in real time to maybe buy up the market or something, right? But as we're going through it now, it's like those levels already breached, and so you're kind of at a more skewed risk to reward. So when we say like, oh, a buying op started on NVIDIA, it's like, well, yeah, that started on the micro scale a little bit ago when risk reward factors are better and so on and so forth. All right, so if we take a look at Microsoft this morning, Microsoft again started a little bit of a buy op. And this is something that it usually ends up kind of taking place. You will see that most stocks and everything move in unison. The market is a big ecosystem and a big organism. And generally there's confluence amongst a lot of things. So like when the market's going down, a lot of your big stocks are in selling operations, or the VIX is in a buy signal. When markets start to bounce from oversold locations, it's usually because stocks got oversold, the market is oversold, and then they get triggered into buying operations over key moving averages, right? So something may become undervalued, markets start to pick it up again, and then it breaches a buying algorithm level and then triggers momentum. And then when that occurs, you kind of see everything move in unison. That's why when you look at, and I will bring this over, when you look at this watch list over here, you're going to see SPY's up 1% or 0.5%, Apple's up, Nvidia's up, Google's up. They're all up, right? Well, obviously, because the market is a breathing organism, all moves in unison, right? So there's that, right? So let's go take a look at Google. Google, what do you know? Google entered a buy op this morning on the pre-market scale. Let's take a look at Amazon. Amazon, same thing, buy op this morning. All right, Meta, same thing, buy op this morning, okay? BRKB actually went negative today, just out of curiosity. So actually you can see that Berkshire Hathaway actually started a sell op this morning here. Interestingly enough, again, Lilly's been in a sell op from 2 days ago. TSM started a buy op this morning. AVGO slight buy op this morning. Tesla buy op since yesterday on the pre-market scale. Been in a buy op for some time. JPM started a sell op just yesterday, and so on and so forth. J&J slight sell op this morning. Sketch. Netflix buy op this morning. Again, so when I say buy op, it just means that the pre-market levels have transition in the short-term macro, micro, flip up. All right, let's get back to the SPY, because we do got to see, we're coming into, again, SPY is not just holy grail rippy for the moment. Again, we still have the overhead resistance at 553.80s to 554. That is the current S&P 500 sell signal operation level, which basically means as long as the market stays and maintains below 554, the market can still roll down. And then another way that I like to say that, as long as the market's below 554, we are not going to fully reset the 50 SMA. So let me talk briefly on that. Regular trading hours. All right, cool. So the 50 SMA is going to become it's always a back-tested long target opportunity, but we really don't expect it for the moment because we're not over 554, right? So basically, for me, the market is into resistance for the moment. So we had oversold bottom, bounce up, now into 30-minute trend resistance from the selling operation, all right? We only start to really consider that the market is going to go back to the 50 SMA once we start to break out 554. Not that 554 is important, it's that that's where the key volume weighted average price is of the current sell signal operation in the S&P 500. So, again, we're not really looking more up for the moment. We're actually kind of looking at resistance because it's a resistance over under. You guys get the point. Make sense? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go get some coffee. Not that I probably need more, but we're gonna do that. All right, we will be right back. Make sure to go spam Ricky G's Discord with the Discord link. I'm sure his followers would really really appreciate such awesome market news and forecasting. We'll be back. Okay. Thanks, Wilson. Appreciate that, Holmes. Really appreciate it. Honestly, it doesn't even matter at this point. We're just here for the good vibes. You know, if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If not, don't even matter. All right. So yeah, that was I mean, pretty. excuse me, pretty. Oh man, like just finally got over this sickness. So yeah, it sounds like or nah, sorry, sounds. Yeah, so basically what I'm getting at is instead of repeating myself every 2 seconds, it was a pretty solid morning, was it not? I think we did audio bitrate is at 0. How's my audio bitrate at 0? What? That makes sense. Okay, so let's see. Settings. Audio. That is odd. I don't know. We're going to have to figure that out later. But it sounds like everyone can hear me just fine. So yeah, seems like it was so far pretty spot on day. Can't really complain there. I think we directed everyone here on stream in a good manner. Cody's he's on Twitter. I'm still here. You need help with the port. No, we can't. Yeah, so again, VIX bouncing at the previous market structure low, because again, that kind of makes sense. The market has reached, again, some slight resistance areas. No big deal there. Again, we are in a selling operation. Bitcoin still just hanging out. Just hanging out. SPX Aruski. Teddy Brewski. Oh, I kind of forgot about that. Wonder what the swing destination is for a successful follow through. Oh, man. Oh, shit. Damn. Really? Something don't seem right. I guess that is. So yeah, basically the current. Oh man, I know this might sound kind of dumb, but the current selling swing target right now is. Oh, that's on SPX, so maybe I'll do SPY because I know more people watch that. Real quick. That just does not. Is that right? No, it's gotta be a little lower. Yeah, that's about, oh, that's it. That is definitely there. Yeah, so the current swing sell target on the market is down arguably anywhere from there to there right now. I know it's kind of a big zone. I don't make the rules, but yeah, that's the current sell target of the market for swing destinations. The best way I can say that is basically as long as the market remains bearish and goes down, then obviously you'd end up hitting prices down here, right? Like, duh, Connor, right? But again, there's no other way of really saying it, which is as long as the market doesn't enter buying operations or new buy signals and remains bearish and goes down, then these would basically be swing destination points based off of the current market structure that's been developed under the current. Damn, that's a lot of word salads. I sound like, exactly like I'm sounding right now. All these word salads going on. So yeah, essentially, we're in a selling operation. What's taken place in the selling operation has developed potential swing targets down to here. When I say potential, the potential is markets relying or staying in a downtrend, right? That's what makes it potential, as in the markets have to remain in a bearish downtrend in the current selling operation and have follow through, and we'll see prices of 546, 47, arguably down to 540, 42. That narrative or those swing targets are open and active as long as we're in a selling operation. That's it. That's it. Yeah, pretty much. So as long as the market's in a selling operation, those are arguably active. There's more to it than that, but that's the case. And the reason I say they're active until as long as we're in a sell signal is because if we were in because if we're going to a buy signal, then why are you bearish in the first place, right? Doesn't make any sense. So you wouldn't be swinging down if you're supposed to be going up, right? So again, downside targets, current sell signal operation has swing Fibonacci destinations down to, again, 54647, 54057. And again, as long as the market stays in a downtrend, those are active. Now, we could sometimes swing targets don't always hit. I'm not gonna say it's like a perfect golden system or anything, but yeah, I mean, there's times when, say, like, a swing target doesn't hit, right, and that whole what I just preached would kind of be like, well, like for example, I've seen times where we get the swing targets, or we get close, or we don't even really come close, right, and the market kind of reverses and goes back into a buy signal. There's possible scenarios where the market structure, you might be able to kind of get an idea that you shouldn't be going to a swing target, or it might be tougher to, or the chart might start developing in a way where you could kind of just be like, nah, ain't gonna work. I'm not vibing with it. But so far right now, I mean, this is still totally plausible. So again, just a couple minutes back, we talked about markets are at resistance. We're not looking higher than 554, I think it was, right? Yeah, 554. Not looking higher than that. We still have resistance here, etc., etc., etc. Remember, right? We're in a selling operation. What, you thought we were in a buying operation? No. Just because the markets are bouncing, and you probably read somewhere on the mainstream media that markets are bouncing. Come on, bruh. Come on. speaking of, let's go check out. Let's go check out the media. Let's see what our good old system has to say about things. So this is what I preferably love to do. So I go to Google. Why? Because who wouldn't go to Google if you wanted... You basically have... I think Google is like a must. Like, you have to go to Google to get good information, right? And what is that good information? I might have to do more than just this. You can see all the things I'm like running in the background here. I got OBS and 6-7 different charts and all sorts of crazy stuff and economic data. So when you guys are like, how is he pulling all of this? Like, I got 6 screens. I got all this data running. Now someone's gonna be like, you don't need 6 screens. Well, okay, cool. I don't, maybe I do. Did you know that I'm blind in my right eye? All right, I'm trying to get this in focus here, and then, all right, so here we are. Wait, what happened to my face? Am I still there? Yeah, I'm still there. All right, so you guys can see us good enough, right? So right here, 41 minutes ago, just 41 minutes ago, the mainstream media news had stocks are on the rise for the first time in 3 days. And now they're getting shit on. Okay. What else we got here? And so I actually right here, this is NASDAQ climbs amid more soft jobs market. Let's see what else the news we got here. So those ones right there are either reactive news, that's reactionary news to what's going on in the market, or if you ask me, can still be seen as fluff news for repositioning in the selling operation, right? So basically, if we're in a selling operation, which the market currently is, the news will flip bearish. It is a okay, I won't say 100% guarantee because that's a little, iffy. But there is a highly, highly, highly likely chance that when you're in a selling operation, the news will flip bearish, the narratives will flip bearish, and there will be a constant streamline of mainly bearish articles. And then the titles, the words in the title will change from things like good, rise, run, move forward, positive direction, to dump, tumble, fear, sell, etc. That's the slight. So when I said you go to Google for good information, you go to Google for like a handful of words in the mainstream article titles and you look for the flip-flop, right? In the 50 SMA, the buy and selling algorithm level is what we use for the flip-flop. So as we said before, when the market's over the 50 is bullish. When the market's below 50 is bearish. And as the markets gain acceptance above and below the 50 SMA, the narratives flip-flop in the mainstream media. So you can tell yourself whatever you want, which is either the news is entirely reactionary to market flip-flop and bullish bearish directional change, or there are buying and selling operations that take place in the market, and there's a lot of algorithms in the market, and these things can be programmed, as we said earlier, around simple moving averages. And as certain levels breach and algorithms flip from positive to negative, buying to selling, you see the algorithm narrative slip in mainstream media. So you can either believe that Markets news is entirely reactionary or reactive to current market prices and things that are occurring in real time or slightly delayed, if you may. Or there's another narrative that you can believe, which is that markets go through buying and selling operations and algorithms flip from buys to sells. And as a result, they program the news to change narratives to then to then favor the directional play that's currently on hand. Which brings me back to what I said earlier. If we're in a sell signal, I generally expect that the initial move or the knee-jerk reaction, or just kind of in general, the economic data results will drive prices down, even if it was good news. Like even if like the jobs data was good, but we're in a sell signal, shit still goes down. Which then kind of clarifies a lot of those uncertain questions you may have had in the past when you're looking like an economic data announcement, or maybe say it's an earnings release or some sort of catalyst event, and you're like, that was so positive, but yeah, it's going down. It's like, what? Again, a lot of times there are current selling operations that are taking place in the market that take precedent over a news release, or maybe like an economic data announcement. So part of that belief for me is that as we go through buy and sell operations in the market, it is more likely that you will see economic data announcements follow through in that direction, have knee-jerk reactions that are bad, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The press releases are more likely to be negative. The economic data releases are more likely to be negative. And in the event it's even positive when you're in a sell signal, it can still result in negative selling pressure because the algorithms at play are selling it, right? That being said, markets eventually have to change directions, and reverse, right? So that way of thinking will last up until the market reverses, right? So I could tell you right now, I can already tell you the news is going to predominantly be bearish. And I can tell you exactly when the news is going to flip bullish, right? Because when things start to change and algorithms start to flip positive, the results are more likely things go up. And you can already say, well, if shit's going to go up, what's CNBC going to tell me? What's this news outlet going to tell me? They're going to tell me, oh, markets are up 2% today. There's a big gain. Oh, economic data came out. Not as bad as we thought. Things go up. So, my thoughts are news in the market is reactionary and predetermined, pre-programmed. And that's kind of silly to say it like pre-programmed, right? But, you know, the reality is someone writes a story. It could be sitting on someone's desk, even though it's not really sitting on their desk. It's just in their hard drive or their computer these days. But we could just say, dude's going to write an article. Markets are up 2%. Things are looking good. Jobs day is looking good. Sitting on his computer ready. As soon as the market enters buy signal, go like this. Just hit it, right? Just hit it. So, anyways, that is what I believe to be extremely invaluable information that you have just received there. It's a way for you to start understanding and getting behind narrative shifts in the markets. Understanding beforehand when narrative shifts will start to change. Whether those narratives stick around for longer or shorter periods of time, whether they take hold of the market for longer periods of time. For example, when we look at the news, do you guys see, hold on, let's see. 1 second, let's just bring this up full screen. Oh, I can't, that's right, 1 second. It's so, you know what I'll do, I'm just gonna move, hold up. What am I doing? I'm being dumb, that's what I'm doing. Let's just put this back right there. Is that good? That's good. Let's take this guy. Stop it. There we go. No, I want this screen. That's so frustrating. Why? Oh, because I'm dumb. It's the same screen. Durr. As you can see, I'm a little rusty with streaming. Anyways. Oh, no, it's this. Yeah, so we moved that guy. We'll just move this guy over to here for a second, and then I can pop this bad boy full screen. All right, guys, so yeah, so this is the news, right? So, like, I'm just going to read the headlines. this isn't to kind of pick out words. I'm just the conclusion comes at the end. So what I'm reading right now is really just basically entertainment purposes only. Like actually, really. So S&P Nasdaq rise for the first time in 3 days. All right. Stock market mix as ADP job claims provide murky picture. 22 hours ago from AP News. Stock market today. Wall Street extends losses as technology and energy, whatever. All right. Stock market today. Street numbers tumble and worries an economy. Futures slide amid soft jobs. Right. Look at that. Soft jobs. Right. Think of like see that 2 hours ago. Right. Soft jobs or whatever. Right. Magnificent Seven prop up stocks before U.S. jobs. Stock market today. Stocks higher. Major drop losses. Right. So out of all of these articles, I have really one main important question, probably the most important of all. Okay. What happened to the yen carry trade news? Where is it? I mean, does it even exist anymore? By the looks of it, it doesn't. I don't understand. Wasn't it just like 2.5, 3 weeks ago, we were all gonna vanish into thin air. You were gonna be gone. Your kids, gone. They're just gone. Everyone's gone. Your dog, your crickets, your pet goldfish, everyone's wiped off the face of the earth because the yen trade was going to basically just kill us all. This is it. So I was writing my will. I was, getting ready. I was eating some donuts. I was snacking on the things I know I'm not supposed to have because I'm like, well, it's over anyway, so I might as well just pack it up and have some fun while it lasts, right? But then, a couple weeks later, it's like, how do you even spell yen? Is that spelled Y-E? I don't remember. It's so far in the distance of flurry of news because now it's tumbles and slides and rebounds and murky and jobs data. And I don't know what this shit's going on. They just told me it was yen, bro. So what I'm getting at is there are narratives. Narratives are based off of buy and sell algorithms and trend direction in the market. And as things change to bearish, the narrative changes bearish. Those narratives can stick around longer, sometimes not as much, so on and so forth. But what we do know is that a couple weeks ago, the yen carry trade narrative stuck really good. And we took a 10% correction in the market. So let me rephrase. The market enters a selling operation, right? Leading up to it, there's a little bit of talk about the yen carry trade and so on and so forth, and yada, yada, yada. We go into a sell operation. Markets get smoked. Markets are down, worst day ever since however long. Markets are down, worst day ever since however long. The yen carry trade's taken over, world's ending, yada, 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 yada. Guess what? Then we go into a buy signal, right? What happens? Economic data is good, CPI is good, inflation's going away, blah, 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 blah. No yen carry trade startly flowing off. You still got kids short on the market going, oh my God, but the yen carry trade is supposed to blow up the market, but now we're in a buy signal. So again, the narratives change as the buying and selling operations take place in the market. So news is both reactionary and tool-based and uses little pieces of ammunition, pew, 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 right? Based off of market trend. Oh, I just realized my logo is over my face. Why didn't anybody say anything? Are you kidding me? What, bro? You guys are letting the logo block my hairlines like that? How dare you? How dare you? What am I doing? Oh yeah, moving my hairlines back to an effective spot on the screen. Does anybody know why the market's going down today? I don't know, dude. I am so does anybody know why the market's going down? Because 49 minutes ago, CNBC was saying the Nasdaq Nasdaq rises. I'm having trouble. For first time in 3 days. Tech tries to shit the bed. Does anybody know? I'm still over here trying to figure it out. I'm going through the news. I I'm not sure because I'm getting some positive stuff. Maybe the positive stuff is just kind of fluff news to create a pop in the market to sell into when we're in a sell signal. Maybe that was it. I don't know though. I'm kind of still scratching the head, you know? All right, let's remove this. Now that we have fully gone through news narratives and shifts in the market, this is where I will ask the chat, is anybody confused right now, or is it starting to make a lot of sense? Are the pieces coming together? Is the puzzle starting to fit? Sam B, yep, the chart says we're still in a downtrend. That's a fact. Anyways, that was kind of fun. I don't know, it's just like but that was fun. That's some interesting information for you guys to take away for however long. You know what? Copy this bad boy, post that bad boy to the YouTube. Or not to YouTube. I'm already on YouTube. Can't really post it to YouTube if you're already on the tube. Wait a second. That ain't right, because then that's going to take discard YouTube. Oh, and to answer, wait, who had that question? The 1%, Andres. How realistic is it to be profitable from a trader where you make a living from it? So there was periods where I've made great money from trading, and periods where I have struggled. And so over the years, it's funny when basically it's almost like you're just going to read in the book, right? You'll have traders that do really well, and then they have periods of struggle, and then there's periods where, someone maybe never sees success, so on and so forth. So if I've had periods of really good success and periods of not so good success. And then over the years, it just kind of balances itself out to a degree. Whereas, right now, currently, like my business partner, Brandon, he is excelling extremely well. So that kind of goes back to another reason why currently, as far as like the private stuff we do in teachings and live streams, excuse me, Brandon is leading. Brandon is kind of the main trader on stream right now because his performance is excelling, and that's kind of the type of mentor in trading that you want to be kind of focusing on with someone as far as a stream goes who's crushing it, right? So I've had periods of great success and then some not so good periods. So it is, even in my own experience, it is very, very challenging to be profitable for long periods and consistent for extended periods without drawdowns and things like that. And that can stem from market structure change, strategies kind of coming and going, so what used to work doesn't work, and so on and so forth. So the reality is it's not an easy business. The success rate is extremely low. And like I said, I've had periods of good success and periods of bad success. It doesn't make any sense, right? So which always just basically comes down to diversification, have assets. Trading should remain a very, very small portion of one's financial perspective, which is basically short-term, high-risk, speculative investing. That's basically what trading is, right? So you're taking a high risk, entering into a speculative market, right? So there's a high risk, high reward, high reward loss factor, is a better way of saying it. And so when you think of your investing life, it's, that looks terrible. That looks terrible. No. Damn it. I don't want to do that. No. Mother trucker. I was trying to show a pyramid of like a financial investing pyramid, but anyway, so think of your investing as like a pyramid, and the bottom is supposed to be bigger. So, say a home, if you want to consider that an asset, some consider a liability. We're not going to get into that straw man conversation, but so you have base foundation, middle, peak being the pyramid, and that's the tippy top. So you want anything that's going to be higher risk, higher speculative, short-term trading type stuff to be a very small portion of your assets, liquid cash allocation, so on and so forth, right? Because you don't want it to be upside down, right? You don't want everything, you don't want the portion of your portfolio or what you're doing to be high risk, and then all of like your safe, fundamental investing be very, very small, because then your pyramid's upside down, it tips over and falls, right? Breaks over, right? So the reality is you're supposed to diversify, invest, all that good stuff you guys know, right? Or maybe not. And then your higher risk speculative trading is supposed to be a significantly smaller portion of capital that hopefully you're able to grow and things like that, because the risk of loss or drawdowns at some point or another, whether sooner or later, can draw down, right? And since you're doing high risk stuff, a lot of movement, it can go and come quickly, come and go fast. So, yeah. So you also, maybe I might be able to find like a link on that explains it. I mean, I think I did a pretty good job explaining that, but I don't have like a diagram or anything to show. So it's kind of like, meh. Here you go. Boom. Perfect. This could not have been Investopedia, always for the dub when you need them. All right, so basically there it is. That's kind of small. I don't know if you can... Hold on, let me just kind of make that. There we go. All right, so... Oh, no. Wait. There we go. Here you go. Options, futures, collectibles, middle, real estate, equity, government bonds, debt, money market, stuff like that, right? So that's how you want your financial goals, if you may, to be set up. You want it to be something like that. So the reality is whether or not you succeed at one point or another as a trader, whether it be for a year, couple years, whatever it might be, that's how you want your pyramid set up, right? Because you could lose the entire top and then still be fine. You can always rebuild the top, right? The top is very small, right? Well, should be very small in relationship to yourself, right? My very small could be bigger than your very small, and so on and so forth, right? Like take some multi-billionaire, right? His top might be like 400 million, whatever, right? It could be a couple $100 million, right? So it's all perspective, everything's different, but that is the outline that you should be following, right? So, wait, where's my trading view? There we go. So hopefully that helps. Hopefully that makes sense, puts things in a little bit of perspective. Not currently. No, I don't do any private tutoring, things like that. Again, we really just run a main live stream. That's really the only product we offer. Is basically a financial news live stream, kind of like you're seeing right now. Like, this is basically it. To me, what we offer nowadays is a little bit of, I don't want to say a little bit, but pretty much it's just forecast analysis and breakdowns like this. Maybe not as in depth as this. I'm spending a lot more time here today on Twitter. I'm actually trying to get back to streaming on YouTube a little bit. So, like I said before, so to me, what we pretty much offer is just a live stream market broadcast, which we hope is far better than something you'll receive like CNBC, Fox, or whatever, business, or whatever they're presenting on the mainstream media. Our objective is to provide that same info, but 10x, like why the market's bearish today, why the news is being the network of the network, right? Like, so for example, hey guys, tomorrow if we go into a sell signal, all of your mainstream media news outlets are going to start pumping negative news, right? So a news network that gives you a reason to why the news networks are acting the way they're acting, or why markets may be moving the way they're moving, prices that things can actually go to, again, knowing all of that is a big piece to the pie for many, right? So I know that just some of the things that we provide in the chat, even here, like what we're doing right now, like I can already, in the back of my mind, I'm like, someone took the information and said, hey, we're going to be bearish here, you got, and someone loaded up short and is banging a bunch of money right now. I already know it, right? At least someone, one person, right? So that's basically it, is to provide hopefully an invaluable forecasting news kind of stuff that hopefully you're not going to be getting on the mainstream media. That's the objective. So again, fundamental analysis. It's actually all stuff I'm getting into even more so these days. But the learning curve in the market never really stops. You can basically learn all you want forever and ever and ever, and pretty much never satisfy the brain or have completed it all. I mean, it's such a vast thing. There's foreign markets, there's domestic markets, there's bond markets, options markets, futures markets, forex market. Did I say that? Well, I said foreign markets, but foreign exchange currency market. I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on, right? So like you could basically learn for forever. You know what I mean? So it's a pick and choose battle where you want to start. I always think the best starting point is going to be the fundamental pyramid, right? And then you want to get into some speculative stuff, feel free, which would be futures, options, day trading, all of those things. Again, I almost went backwards. That's not entirely true. I was always investing in things like that, but then I'm like, well, let's get into trading, right? So then I grew popularity that way to a degree. But bottom line, it's, you should always have a sound base, mid, speculative top, right? Below off your top, you're still breathing or you're still living, right? You can still manage, and so on and so forth. I just don't like where this camera's at. I'm gonna try to move this for like a hot second. I don't know if it's kind of, nah, we'll just leave it for now. I'll fix that up later. So Insidious Trader. So my business partner Dave, he does a phenomenal job at teaching it, setting up legs and things like this. It's beyond my knowledge at this point. I've kind of taken a different path, and that's basically forecast and analysis. My brain really gravitated to wanting to know the why things transition, where things can go, when they can bounce, high value locations within a chart. So for whatever reason, that's what my brain gravitated to over the years, right? Didn't necessarily gravitate to like, okay, let's build an option leg strategy and all these things, right? It just didn't, to me, I don't know. To me, it became more fun to predict the future or have a good idea of forecasting things and hopefully, actually be right, to a high degree. Like that's what my brain thought. And that really all kind of fell in line with, right? If you don't even know if something's bearish or if it's bullish, right? Or how far can something go? Where can it go? It's like you pretty much shit out of luck anyways, right? So it's like, it was almost like you kind of have to figure that out first or have a good idea if you're even going to be remotely successful as far as short-term stuff goes. Long-term's another picture. So that's kind of where my brain gravitated to. And so that's why you see a lot of the things that you see, or we do a lot of the things that we do, or anyways, because that's just how my brain ended up being stimulated by the market. And even till this day, I could sit in front of a screen and not even click a button and be like, this is interesting, right? This is like, oh, it's actually doing what I said it was going to do. Like, that's pretty cool. So that's where my brain over the years has really gravitated to, and I really enjoy. There's other things too. But anyways, as far as that goes, now Dave, right? My partner and friend Dave, his brain really loves the idea of options. He enjoys building leg strategies. He likes looking in the options data to find deals, if you may, or things that are cost efficient means of getting into the market with options. Like that's where his brain really picks up. He's a pretty smart guy, right? So nonetheless, Insidious, yeah. So we just went over. I don't know if you were here for it, but we just went over a whole thing on news and kind of how that works. I don't know exactly how long ago, but if you kind of just scroll back, I don't know if you're here, but if you weren't, but if you just like once the stream gets done, or even now, I think there's a playback. But you probably would, you probably want to stay alive. But again, if you want to come back, it's probably like 20 minutes ago. Actually, I think I can find it. I can. Hold up. Oh no, it's gonna give me a time lapse back negative. That's dumb. I'm not doing that. So there's yeah, if you go like 20 minutes back or so, you'll get a whole spiel on news, and I'll probably end up doing it again in the future, because again, it's just a rinse repeat cycle, just comes and goes all the time. So it's not like we're not going to see it again, and it's it's not like it's not going to be another different news narrative because it's going to be something different. Now, actually, taking us back to the yen carry trade thing. I may have made it sound like maybe that's not a bigger catalyst than it is. It totally could be, and maybe it resurfaces again. And I'm not here to make those sorts of, ideas for everyone, right? I have again, I haven't done enough research on it. Maybe if I did more research, I'd talk more on it. But the things that I do know is that the narratives in the market come and go faster than you can blink your eye, and they generally shift and change as markets go through buying and selling operations. So maybe the yen shit comes back. I don't know, right? And if it's going to come back, it's more likely to come back when we're in selling operations and things like that. So maybe they start bringing back this shit in like next week or in a couple days. Maybe they start to bring that back. I don't know. But one thing is for certain. If you look at the news right now, it's not, well, there's could be headlines about it. I'm not looking extremely hard. That's another thing. What I had showed just earlier today was Google, right? Just going to Google, typing in stock market news for the day, because I want to see what is like the quickest piece of info we're going to get, right? So just go to Google, type in stock market news for the day. I'm not trying to go too deep and create any sort of bias for myself within my own searching. I want to be presented. What are they trying to just throw in my face? Like, what is that? That probably looks really terrible. One of you guys could pause it, take a screenshot of my face right there, and yeah, it wasn't looking good. But that is the idea. Is we go to Google. You guys know what Google is, right? So we go there, and we just type in stock market news because we want to see exactly what they're just trying to shove down my throat. And then we just pick it apart, right? As markets are shifting. So I can't really, to be honest, I can't really say the last time I actually read the news. Obviously I read news. But if you ask me, like, when's the last time I really read the news to, like, try to build a narrative for myself? Never. I just let them tell me what the narrative shift is as the market's going to sell operations. And I'm like, okay, well, we're in a selling operation, so they're selling whatever this is. Oh, economic data is bad. Or yen carry trade was the last one. And again, I'm not saying it's not important. I'm saying, like, 3 weeks prior, it was something else. And then now we're into a new sell operation, and they threw yen carry trade. And they're like, oh, that worked. And now it's 2 weeks later, and now it's a new one, which is not yen carry trade. At least not on the front page of the freaking newspaper, it's not. Again, but last week they said it was going to end the world, so I'd still think that if there was an event that was supposed to end the world 3 weeks ago, that it would still be mainstream frontline news this week, but maybe not. I don't really know. I guess I have no clue. So, yeah, that's that. Yeah. What's your opinion on Sasha Eva? I have no idea who that is, and I am uncertain. I don't know. Yeah, Insidious, I would say you're probably in a good spot for learning for sure. you know, I mean, don't want to be biased, but yeah, I'd be always recommend checking out some other channels and things like that. But yeah, I'd say you're in pretty decent spot. Yeah. Huh. That's just interesting. What is that? Turn the fan on. Hold up, I'm gonna go situate this fan in the background. So hopefully everyone's having a blessed day today. Does anybody, I have a question. Does anybody know why the market's going down today? Anybody? I'm still I don't know what's going on. Panicking over here. I'm in sheer panic. Should probably drink another cup of coffee. Really get the caffeine flowing, if you know what I mean, Jelly Bean. Yeah, so this is fun. Alright, I think this is a good time to review, reflect. So, let's take a look at Apple. Does anybody notice anything interesting with Apple? I do. So what I'm picking up that's interesting here is that Apple has retested its downtrend resistance here, and it's rejected. So one may build the question, and this is what I kind of think about on a day-to-day, is I know today Apple retraced to the 50 SMA, which many times can be used as resistance and a trigger point for bullish, bearish movement, whether being the start of an operation or the continuation. So to me, it would appear that they used Apple as their vehicle today. That's not entirely true. That could really confuse some people, but to me, it appears that Apple's stock today was used as one of the main culprits in helping throw the market down after its initial bounce. Let me explain further. We had discussed today that algorithms use simple moving averages a lot of times. So today, it's very possible and most likely that traders, people to watch the market, and algorithms were picked up or notified that the stock Apple, which mind you is a major market cap stock, major market capitalization, plays a big role in the market, had reached the 50 SMA, in which the algorithms decided to sell, reject, keep it in a downtrend at the 50 SMA. So part of my belief as I'm going through the market, kind of sitting back and digesting some of what's been taking place today in our selling operation, I am trying to make sense of it. So I am going to pick apart a lot of these big stocks, big names, and I'm going to try to make it make sense. So part of what makes sense to me today is, we're in a selling operation. The market started with the pop and now we're back down. Are there any big name stocks that may have had specific triggers? Specific triggers being Apple made it back to its regular trading hours 50 SMA, which is many times a big rejection point. So I do believe that Apple is one of the main culprits today because it rejected its 50 SMA. So there was specific reasoning for Apple to be rejected. SMA, meaning a lot of algorithms probably picked up on the rejection and specifically sold that one. Now, all stocks are going down, obviously, if we go through it, right? So if we go look at NVIDIA, NVIDIA's down, right? If we look at, Microsoft today too. Yep, wait, was that today? Yeah, that was today. Microsoft too. You see how Microsoft tagged the 50 SMA and rejected? So Microsoft is now grouped into those two main culprits today that both had the SMA selling rejection. So to me, it's a lot of the algorithmic and or rejection selling across Microsoft and Apple today that are contributing to the down move. All right. Now let's go back to NVIDIA. NVIDIA is down. So NVIDIA is definitely a part of this whole scenario. But to me, it's more detailed than that, is which ones were given specific start points today to sell. And so far, that was that. See, look at like if we go back here, ready? NVIDIA was given the go-ahead to sell back here, right? But just today, Apple was given the new go-ahead again on the back test. So Apple was given the go-ahead to sell here, and then it was given the go-ahead for a rejection sell just today. And then Microsoft was also given a go-ahead for... So again, Microsoft just a couple days ago was given the go-ahead for a sell move, all right? And then just today, it got its back test of resistance, and then the confirmation go again for the sell. So specifically, Microsoft and Apple today are my main culprits for this downswing after our initial pop. And there's still more to it than that I could cover, right? So like Google, you can see it didn't really retrace the 50 SMA. So to me, it's kind of like Apple and Microsoft are running this shit down right now. And of course, the result is the market goes down and other stocks are probably going to follow suit, right? If we look at Amazon, ironically, Amazon's the one thing that's like been helping. Arguably, Amazon is the big reason for the pop over the past couple days. Because you can see we actually flipped it to a long signal. So for me, it's kind of like Amazon is part of the fluff pop over the past day or two, along with, you know, the counter trend long on Apple and the counter trend long pop on Microsoft. Both of those contributed 100%, but I would say like Amazon's a big portion of the long pop over the past couple days because it's the one that's positive, that also, you know, juiced up, right? So it was part of yesterday's downswing, and you know it contributed a lot to today's kind of upswing. You might argue the same thing with Meta. Meta was kind of fluffy today because you kind of got a long and you kind of got a sell. So that one I would just be like, meh. I'm not gonna put too much emphasis on that. Now Tesla, again, Tesla's another big one that we follow. So Tesla would basically be, you know, one that entered a long operation over the 50 SMA over the past week. So Tesla's been very well contributing to kind of the bottom bouncing and holding a bit, a little bit, but again, nothing too crazy there. Obviously, JP Morgan was down since the other day. J&J debatably trying to flip negative, still a little soon on that one. Visa debatably trying to start flipping negative here. Netflix. Netflix was a part of today's sell move trigger because, again, it back tested today. So I think specifically algorithms were talking on Netflix a bit and rejected it. AMD's been down. So AMD was a contributor the other day with that kind of rejection. UPS kind of just chop city, really. So this is something where we'd have to really kind of take a deeper dive. 1 hour slipping negative, 2 hours bend neg, 4 hours kind of negative, daily still negative. So ultimately, UPS is in a daily downtrend, probably a weekly. Let's see, it's in a weekly downtrend, daily downtrend. Just today, it triggered a short-term sell on the 30. So think about it like this. Ready? Watch this. Let's go to the weekly here. Right, so the weekly's been down on UPS since that yellow line. Now let's go to the daily. The daily's been down on UPS since here. Now let's go to the 4-hour. The 4-hour has been down slash kind of like basically from there, and it's kind of chopping it right now. We could go lower and lower and lower and lower, right? But ultimately, let's just go to the 30-minute now. And now the 30-minute has been bearish since just today, a little bit ago, which is right here. Now UPS is bearish below 127.81 on the macro short term. Okay. Is all of this making sense? Are you guys enjoying this kind of flow? Does it make sense? Are we going through the stocks at a good pace? All those things. James Lewis, 2 reasons. It's below the 50 SMA and you said so. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. James, I am going to look at Discord right now. You did not send me a message, so whoever you are typing to, do not type and then block them. That is not me. Unless you sent it and I'm... Oh, wait, maybe it's the friend request message request. Is your name Wild? No, except DM. Yeah, so you definitely did not send me a message unless, yeah, that's not me. So, again, there is too many spam accounts of me online. They're always mimicking me, all this bullshit. So, not me. But, yeah. You should just email me, realistically. So, any of you guys can email me. Let me... Alright, that's my email, my company personal email that I just sent there. So if you want to contact me through that first. I can't say I'll get back super quick, but I'm okay. But yeah, James, if you do email me there what you're referring to and whatnot, I'll get you set up as quickly as I can, or if I can, or just figure out what's going on exactly. Huh. That seems funny. I think I'm gonna try that. So I'll show you this real quick. A buddy of mine that I kind of keep in contact with on Discord just sent me this photo here of the SPXW. Basically, there's the put information, and basically what this ran from was 250 to a high of 2330, and that was from the basically when we told you guys that the market was on resistance up at the highs here towards the day. So that put on SPX has gone from 250 to 2330. Also, guys, we are nearing our first sort of swing target destination, as we talked about. Oh, not quite. Sorry, that's a lie. I mean, we gotten close, but we're not there. I kind of, yeah, I made a mistake there. But basically, down into 54651. And if this thing has really got some legs on it, she goes into 540.42. I wouldn't really expect that today, obviously. To be honest, I wouldn't even really expect further than like this 546 for the moment. So we pretty much got down there. I mean, it's got more to go. Yes, maybe. I don't know. Again, whatever. But ultimately, we're getting down to that target. Market's still in a selling operation. There's no reason for you to think the market is trending positively. If anything, it's just more downside or counter long pops. But yeah, I don't actually have. I have no reason for this to be reversing currently. Whoa, dude. So I mean, again, so still downsided. I mean, regardless of the micro environment, we still have targets down 54647. When it comes to swing targets, you really should just be happy with anything close, because sometimes the swing targets aren't always like perfect exacts, you know. But yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get up for a second, get a little movement, maybe some squats in, so I'm not just sitting here all day long. I'll be back. screen. Oh, it's the shadow. I'm like, what the fuck? What is that? Oh. Wait a second. Did Bitcoin just shit the bed a little bit ago? Am I tripping? What's going on? Yeah, I guess it did, huh? Oh yeah, that's right, because we're going down to 54,400 bucks, yo. Hold on. 1 second. Yeah, Bitcoin updated target here is 50. What are we at? Hold on, let me zoom in. Alright, Bitcoin updated sell target is $54,510 currently. $54,500 and $5, $10, $10 hala, hala hala. I mean, obviously, guys, when you look at this chart, it's like, you know, obviously we got to get below this low to go down to the sell target. So it's like, whether or not price action structure wants to hold a bounce here or not, it's like maybe, maybe not. I don't know, but again, 54,510 still the sell target. So I don't. There's nothing really. I mean, like I could be like, hey, well, you know, like maybe it does this. I just 54,510 bucks. Maybe that's gonna update, give or take some change. Again, we've already done 90% of this target. Like, hold up. Like, let's look at this real quick. So from the bottom down to here. So for the sell target from top down would be 16%, 16.3%, around $10,616 on Bitcoin. We are currently trading from that top area down 14.43% or $9,404. So if we're at 9,404, the total move is 10,006. So if it was 10.4 to 9.4, so 9.4 to 10.4 would be 90%, but it's 10,637. So that would be like 88%. Or wait, what did I say? 90? Yeah, so like maybe 88% of the move has been completed there as far as the projection I was thinking about. Now, of course, this can go further. I'm not saying it can't. But as far as the $54,510 target, I mean, we've completed 88% of it. So, but again, we still want to see it tag 54,510. I mean, come on, let's be real. All right, this would be a good time to check back on the old Vixie poo. Whoa, what does this look all weird for? What? I don't remember doing that. You guys remember earlier on the stream where we talked about the gap fill on the VIX back into about 2042? Yeah, that was cool. So we got the VIX back up. Again, the VIX is still positive. As we said earlier in the day. 15 minutes recover. Again, there is zero bearish narrative on the VIX right now. Zero. Why? Because not even the 1 minute is downtrending. So think about that. When I say there is no bearish narrative on the VIX, I mean I'm talking about trend. Now, of course, one can build ideas of tops, right? If you're picking a top or you're picking a bottom, at that point you're not necessarily concerned with trend. You're concerned with overbought or oversold metrics that would allow you to build that idea without being in a downtrend yet. So if you're like, I'm going to be bearish, but there's no downtrend, then you'd have to be bearish off of overbought metrics or measurements. And that's how you differentiate between thinking top or trend, right? So that kind of falls into the question when people ask, like, how do you know it's going to top and then follow through? It's like, you don't. Because things don't go down trend until they're in a downtrend, right? So something can top, pull back to trend support, and then keep going, right? So oversold metrics are to be used differently than trend metrics, right? So trend metrics would be, hey guys, we're in a downtrend, just like we were talking about today. So, yeah, so just as we're talking about today, we're in a downtrend. So you use overbought, oversold metrics for countering, but you need the counter to turn positive for the continuation. Right? So like today, we saw the market bounce and then get roasted again, right? So this is where we had an oversold bounce in a selling operation. So the bounce that we got today, not strong enough to reverse into a positive trend on a large enough scale to determine trend positive, right? So you get bounce to sell off. Again, guys, it's gonna be, I gotta do a little something here, so just give me a sec. What in the cheese? Oh. right, sorry about that. I was just sending out an email, you know, and doing the jazz. Um, sorry. Yeah, I mean, standard deviation and standard error, two different ways of calculating, you know, the regression analysis, but I put more emphasis on standard deviation. Both have value. Again, one just populates levels in a tighter dispersion method. So the best way that I kind of found use in standard deviation with standard error combination would be confluence. Well, let me rephrase this. If you're familiar, which it sounds like you are, with standard deviation, standard error enough that I can just speak on it, it's a scenario where you might be running into like +1 deviation, but currently trading +2 or +3 standard error. So if I see that something is maybe trading +3 standard error, because like for example, when things get the +3 standard deviation, it's again, a lot of times rejection areas, right? So as things go up into +3 standard deviation, +4, pretty common. You see some resistance and pullbacks, not always guaranteed, but pretty common. A lot of times prior to, all the time, it's all the time. It's not sometimes, it's all the time. All the time, you are going to hit standard error +3 or +4 before you hit standard deviation +3, +4, because it's a tighter dispersion analysis. So there is oftentimes a scenario where, let's say you're waiting for something to get to +3, or you're in a long and you're going to run it up to +3, or you're thinking about taking a bearish bet around +3 or +4 standard deviation. Sometimes it won't go there and things will just kind of top out and fluster out before that. A lot of times that can be found around +3 standard error, +4 standard error. If you're looking solely at standard deviation, you may think something rejected at +1 standard deviation or bounced at -1, which probably did. But also a lot of times that could be like a -2 or a +2 or a -3 +3 standard error. So it's almost like you're overlapping the standard error with the standard deviation. So if that makes sense, you are, you know, it's like you have high probability standard error bounce with not as high probability standard deviation bounce. So if you're trading at -1 standard deviation, that could be, you know, in perfect distribution analysis, that would suggest that the bounce is around like 70%. I forget the exact metrics. It's been a while. Was it 69 or 71? I have to double check. But anyways, about 70% of the time, stuff's going to stay in about 1 standard deviation of the mean. And 99% of the time, +3 or -3. So if you find yourself trading -1 or +1, and your standard error is at the same time -3, it's like standard error says there's a high probability bounce, while standard deviation would suggest that maybe it's a 70%. And that's in true statistical normal distribution patterns, which the market is not normally distributed. So take that with a grain of salt. We have 22 viewers. It sounds like, I don't know, it sounds like YouTube didn't put us on the front page today. Not surprised. No surprise there, fam. No tickle me sideways surprisey. Alright, we're going to pull back the VIX. Looks like the market is still going down again. Might as well just add this if anyone's been confused. We've had this on all day. Oh, dang. Sell target. Where's our friend Bitcoin at? Is it still holding that low? Someone, I mean, someone is. I don't know who, but you know, you already know someone's like, oh, I'm gonna buy this bottom because it bounced here before, so it's support. So pretty common expectation. There's gonna be some hesitation in the area, maybe some green candles because again, that's what a lot of people are taught, right? So bounce goes up, comes back down, it's gotta bounce, right? Or something. I don't really care. To be honest, I kind of just hope that it does this. No bounce. Also, let's look back here. I don't know where. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Also, if anyone's kind of like, you know, thinking like, here's the other day. So it's, you know, this has been underway for some time as far as, you know, Bitcoin is concerned, right? So this was, oh no, I'm feeling sick to my tummy. What was in that $54,512 bowl of soup I ate? Oh. All right, so we're getting kind of sick. That was when we were about 58,000 or so. Getting ready, old Dumper McDoodle down to 54,512. You know, we still got a little bit to go. We're at that 56,000. My tummy hurts. Not to, well, hold up. Let me, damn it. Do you stop it? Let's see if I were to, change the color of this guy. We're gonna change this back. Whoa, hello, papi. Change this bad boy to white. Okay. I was gonna say we're right at about the 50% retrace of the daily gap. So again, you know, a little hesitation spot, kind of expected here, I would imagine. But anyways, this is kind of like a deciding factor, right? So this is kind of like, to me, where we're at right now in the markets is kind of like, here's the gap on the daily, you know, and sometimes they'll hold perfect first tag stuff, but ultimately we've kind of fallen into the gap a bit. You know, we've fallen into this gap a little bit, but we're at the 50%, 61.8% marker of the gap fill on the daily scale. So you're at the midway point. So obviously one would assume, if you don't, one can assume that yes, you may have crept into the gap, but to really fill the gap, you really got to start getting through the full midway point. So one might consider that as you start to get through the midway, you'll attack the bottom half. That's kind of sometimes a good way of looking at that and interpreting it. But yeah, anyways, you guys know. You guys know the jam. Not to mention, actually, I'm kind of curious. Hold up. Hold up. One would be here. Okay, top down 30. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, Steve. So another thing to consider is generally like a lot of things. If you're looking for kind of like a lot of stuff comes down to first attempt, right? First kind of liquidity attempt, things like that. So a lot of times in the books, you'll see things like this. If you ever go online and you kind of read your basic stock market information, it'll say something like this is support, right? So buy at support. All right, let me rephrase that. Let's do a better picture. They'll do something like that. Okay, stocks at support, buy support. For one, the market never does this. Okay, it never evenly does that. For one. Number two, if support were bouncing over and over and over, it usually means the support is becoming weaker and it's going to break. So essentially, a lot of the academic books teach a terrible way of suggesting support. For example, if you have an idea that this level that I just drew is going to be support, support is best attempted on the first tag. Then after it makes a peak, comes down, the bounce would become less, theoretically. All right. So when it comes to standard deviation, a lot of times as you come into those levels for the first time and flirt with them, that's where the action a lot of times can be a little bit better. Man. So meta could be interesting. Alright, we're gonna pop this back to no, Apple. 30 minutes of pause. Interesting. NVIDIA's flirting with the long. I would say NVIDIA right now is flirting with the pre-market 30-minute long potential. This could arguably, I would say they might trigger a little long push on NVIDIA and help trigger the market up on a long here. I can kind of see it in potential development. Again, no guarantees, but again, these are the kind of things I pay attention to. Let's see, Google. Google's another one that's kind of flirting with support. Again, it's very indecisive as far as like looking at individual stocks in the moment. Be like, yeah, this is gonna for sure trigger it, but it does look like if I had to pick something, it would be potentially NVIDIA, just because it's flirting with it right now. And was it Microsoft or hold up, or is it Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Meta? Oh yeah, Meta, was that the regular trading hours? Let's just double check. Yeah, Meta regular trading hours is the closest there. It's kind of interesting. Again, we're still in a sell move, all that good jazz. We should actually probably check the VIX real quick. The VIX, we would first expect, so yeah, if there's going to be any sort of even a retrace in the short term, some stuff you'd want to see is like the VIX getting bearish. Hold up. Where is it? So right now, we don't even really have that. We really just have a pullback on the VIX to retest the 1 minute uptrend. So again, you have 50 SMA. So think about earlier in the day, right? So right here, you had, again, right here was your VIX uptrend on the 1 minute, and now this is the back test, right? And you're starting to see, you can see how on the 1 minute scale, that 50 SMA trend is trying to roll and break a little bit. This is very minute stuff, but it's small, subtle things like that can cause a pop on the market, maybe 10, 15 cents, things like that, and kind of give you that extra bit of edge. So you can kind of see that the 1 minute's getting, debatably sent into a small downtrend. If the 1 minute downtrend will remain, which it might be a little too soon, there's really no lower high development on the chart right now. But again, so probably a little too soon there. This is all just kind of micro stuff. We're also at like the 12 o'clock hour, so really no big assumptions on things right now to begin with. Oh yeah, not to mention we're into 5 minute. This is 5 minute trend resistance right here, guys. You can see. Again. Yeah, good stuff. Let's go check. Let's check the news on the market, because why not? Stock market today. Dow falls. NASDAQ rises. Let's see. Did the NASDAQ rise? I don't know. It kind of looks like it's down to me, so I wouldn't call that very trustworthy. News, that is, but Nvidia suddenly in trouble. Okay. Trump media 69% plunge, wipes out billions before lockups end. That's nothing new. That's typical with lockups. I mean, let's just be real. Has nothing to do with that. Again, that. Anyways, lockups. That tends to happen around lockups. Stock market down as ADP jobless claims provide murky picture. Again, remember, when you're in a selling operation, it's more likely that the data that comes out would be negative, or the market will use the price action negatively against it. Stock market news today. Wall Street slips and S&P 500 stays on track for its worst. Again, keywords: worst, murky, down, fall, soft jobs market, trouble, plunge, slump, weak. There you go. So on the front line newspaper today, what we have is mainly soft jobs market, trouble, wipes, plunge, slump, weak, slips, murky. If we look further into some more news, we get recession, fears, murky, slide, waiver, biggest slide, extends losses, mixed, got to throw in some fluff, right? Fall. Wait, there's more coverage? Did I miss something here? Oh, yeah. Anyways. And now what we are most likely going to see, actually real quick, is this is also what we look for. We look for the regurgitation of online engagement farming social media accounts that are favored on the internet to further push the current market narrative. All right, so what we'll do is we're going to go to Twitter now. And we are going to look at what's going to probably wipes trillion, something like this. Hold on, stock market. Come on. Let me find it. Hold on, I just saw it the other day. Wait, I think I posted about it. Hold up. I'm going to find it. There we go. Today, watch this. Ready? 1.05 trillion. We'll see if that does it. All right, we're in the right place now. All right. Watcher Guru 2.5 million. Just in 1.05 trillion wiped from the market. 14,000 views. Just in 1.50 trillion wiped from the market. It's like almost like there's so much originality that it's kind of hilarious. So original. 1.05 trillion wiped from the market. 549,000 views. 1.05 trillion from the market. 4.7, 1.05 trillion, 10K, 1.05 trillion, 1.05 trillion, 1.05 trillion, 1.1. Wow, where has the originality gone? It's just a regurgitation of information that the market wants presented in real time. All right? Mind you, the market went into a selling operation. As a result, things are going to go down. So what are you going to expect? The regurgitation of accounts that are like this. You know, big accounts. What I also believe is online engagement farming, right? So it's like, like 1.05 trillion is wiped from the market, right? So that needs to get 2.5 million views, all right? Over and over and over and over. So again, there's favorite accounts on here, and so one thing we like to do is we like to pretty much just figure out how the matrix machine is operating there for Twitter, so or how the algorithms operate, if you may. So again, what we have here is pretty much again, September 3rd. Remember September 3rd? That was the day everything went down. Remember September 3rd, Apple started a selling operation. Microsoft started a selling operation. As a result, things are going to go down. And here you go. A couple hours later, 1.5 trillion wiped for the market. Then you get 16,000 different accounts reporting the same exact thing, regurgitating the same information on social media without any clue as to, exactly. So those are the things we follow. That's how you track the change and the narratives in real time. You know when it's going to come, kind of thing. Not necessarily but you have a really good idea when things start. When you have kind of a guideline to map off when things are going to transition bullish and bearish, you can just kind of build the narratives prior to them happening because, right? If things go down, things go down. As a result, here you go. 2.5 million views, 1.5 trillion right for the market. All right. Again, the objective here with our streams nowadays is to provide what we hope to be accurate, legitimate, financial kind of workings of the market. Discord, wait. Let's see. Yeah, Mike, we still operate a Discord and some private stuff. We don't really offer a free chat room anymore as of today. We kind of got rid of that, but all in good reason. Okay, so we're going to get out of there. Actually, let's go back and let's just see if we can find anything that's being like currently regurgitated today. I'm not sure if we will, but I'll take a peek, and if it comes to We'll see. Stock market, is that gonna do it? I have no idea. Let's see. No, nothing. Not. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not looking that hard, but I'll be presented it sooner or later. If the if the Twitter machine wants it in front of my face, they're gonna give it to me sooner than later. So, but nonetheless, that's kind of how a lot of the social network operations will kind of go. Hmm. Alrighty, again, the VIX is kind of rolling down to that 50 SMA on the 1 minute. Possible snapperooski, leading to a little juice on the SPY. No biggie. But again, not really, no real care there. Let's see, the 1 minute trend, flirting on the SPY to get positive. We're back into the 5 minute over under resistance on the SPY. So if we're going to hold some resistance here, a lot of times it's going to be into the next 5 minute candle. So you'd still have about 2 minutes to wait to see if we're going to get 5 minute rolling resistance here on the SPY. It's not arguably the best setup and things like that for what I'm explaining, but you know, kind of like here, ready, watch. So you see how we go back here, right? Market comes into 5 minute resistance. It's the next 5 minute candle that transitions negative, right? So if you're ever looking for 5 minute rolling resistance, 1 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 minute, 30 minute, etc., you have to let it function through its time frame. All right, so let's look here. Ready? So like kind of see this. Again, this is all very minute stuff, but micro stuff. Ready? So you see here, the VIX just broke down the 50 SMA again on the 1 minute. Not a huge thing, but again, you can see. Ready? So VIX bounce 1 minute, VIX breakdown 1 minute, gets a kind of a little small roll candle. At the same time, you have what? You have the SPY breaching over the 1 minute. So the 1 minute trend's positive on the SPY right now, while the 1 minute trend is negative. So there's currently 1 minute confluence between both markets there. Again, it's very micro stuff, but you know, for what it's worth. 5-minute trend is still positive on the VIX. Again, we'll be looking for that 5-minute trend to catch up price at some point. Either comes in the fashion of the price catching up or the price falling down. And I don't really care either or for that one. Again, this is all very small, micro stuff. We're into freaking 1224. It's not like we're trying to make any big plans for anyone. We're just kind of walking you guys through some of the real-time stuff that's taking place. Again, as we said, today, once we first got on stream, you got some long presses up to about 554, 553.80s. Then you're looking for resistance. The market currently has swing targets as low as 546.50 to, 540.36, so on and so forth. Again, we are watching all of the 1 minute and 5 minute levels as potential retraces, so that's why they're on the screen right here. So again, this is our 1 minute high of day resistance micro scale trend, and then just above that is going to be our 5 minute high of day micro selling volume trend. So these are back test levels and kind of resistance zones, if that makes sense. Do 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 boo 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 boo. Not to mention, I mean, we still, a lot of times we'll be waiting on, 30-minute volume catches up. Those are quite a bit away. So, same old jam as usual. 5-minute, MAC is positive on NASDAQ right now. It's got a positive cross. Still got some room back up to the 0 line on the 5-minute. 1 minute MAC on the NASDAQ, kind of positive, getting over the 0 line. So some slight micro positive, momentum, you could argue. Which obviously the market's already rallied. Momentum can be late, can also predetermine moves. Again, that's just, a little bit of tidbit of information. SPY is a good one to check. SPY, slight little 5-minute MAC start. A lot of room up to the 0 line. Again, these are just little, this is counter momentum in a downtrend right now. It's pretty much it. 1 minute MAC trying to get started over the 0 line. So arguably, MAC and 5-minute MAC, 1 minute MAC, Q SPY both tell truth, and arguably you would see the market press up towards some of those micro 1 and 5 minute resistance trends. Obviously, that's definitely on the table. No guarantees. Again, it's late in the day. In order for something like that to happen in the short term, we're going to basically need to see this 1 minute downtrend on the VIX remain true. Arguably hit that 5-minute trend because it's flat. That would be a scenario that would drive the price up in the market to some of those top down levels. Why did that happen? That's lame. Okay, interesting. Even more interesting. What? What? How? How is it even possible? Huh. Weird. Okay, everybody. Hello, hello. Yep, nothing's changed. Those still work on Thinkorswim or Charles Schwab. Yep, they still work. As far as the standard deviation. Yep. Why is this just look so goofy? Today's a good day because I get to golf, so that's always fun. Let's check on our old friend Shitcoin. What do you know? Old Shitcoin. I had to do the old bottom bouncer magooster McGee. SPX still just chilling. SPY chilling. Microsoft. Which one was it? Was it Microsoft or was it Nvidia? Or is it Nvidia? Yep, it was Nvidia we were talking about. Yeah, we're talking about Nvidia starting that little bit of a buy wave over that 30-minute 50 SMA right here. I don't know about it. I mean, you guys probably, you know, we say a lot of stuff, but again, we're talking about the long move starting on Nvidia here over that 30 minutes. So real macro long there, or micro, shall I say? Micro could turn to macro, macro better, but again, I'm not putting a whole lot of emphasis on it. It's just watching this market move through a specific level that can create a pop. As a result, might very well kind of help the market juice up a little bit. Market's still struggling, obviously, as far as the bounce is concerned. To have some continuation off of it. Amazon not helping it. You know, it's still a pop to short market, guys, too, FYI. It's not like we're in a long bias market. We're just kind of emphasizing some levels that we may be able to counter trend back to for more resistance, and watching some of the things that can be the players to help do that. And Meta's still down and below. See, now where I would be more curious kind of like to watch this long continue as kind of triggers would be seeing the 5-minute become negative and or the 15. That's where I would really like, basically, if we can transition at some point the 15-minute downside, then I think there's better opportunity for kind of catching a bottom bounce on the market and seeing some momentum pick up in that degree. But for the moment, that's not the case. So we're still positive over the 15-minute. But as we start to shake that one off in the future, that's where we'll probably start to see some of that activity push back up on the longs. All right, so we'll see with Nvidia here. It'll be interesting to watch Nvidia in the moment because Nvidia is on the volume weighted average price of its 50 SMA breakout. So kind of a key micro over under for Nvidia there. So basically, Nvidia is on its 1-minute support over under trend from the breakout. And a lot of times, failed breakouts result in this getting slipped and then resulting in the market pulling back down to the 50 SMA. So again, very micro stuff here. AMD is in a selling operation currently, as is with most things today, but let's pull it up. So in vids, let's see. Oh, wait. Or in vids, AMD. So AMD right now is at over-under resistance as determined by the 50 SMA. So that's where the 50 SMA is at. So right now you have AMD back testing trend resistance on the 30-minute. So it's not really in a long, it's in a bounce, but it's not, as far as like a macro trend goes, it's not really positive. And then as far as the regular trading hours trend goes, it is negative. Okay. But that is a good one to watch, though, because again, you're kind of right at a key level, and that's when you want to watch things and pay attention to them, because that's usually where positive or negative moves can start from. So you're in a good risk-reward spot, but you can also be in a slightly confusing one, because you're not like on a bottom, you're not necessarily on a top scenario, you're at kind of a shift point, but that's where a lot of times trends can kind of kickstart off from. But anyways, yeah. Let's go check back on in bids. Yep, Nvidia's still holding 1 minute trend. Hasn't given it up. So again, right there, just pointing to it. Arguably, too, should be this guy here, that candle as well. So again, this is 1 minute over under trend for Nvidia. Pullback level for VU. Well, I'll double check, but again, VU should be a pretty close, wow, I can't think of the word, hold up. Yes, got it, duh. Anyways, so VU probably has a pretty strong correlation to the market. 1 second. Again, you can kind of see that little 1 minute support pop there, Nvidia, right? I could even get more minuscule, but this can eventually start confusing people. So this probably is going to be on the top down 1 minute. So this is where the 1 minute chart is going to look to lower high it. So this is, so like people who trade micro scales would be looking for a lower high development right here, either on the 1 minute, sometimes the 5 minute, too early for the 5 minute, right? So that is where a lot of times you'd see the 1 minute chart wick and then try to lower high and roll. So just for, you know, entertainment purposes, obviously, and learning and things like that, you can see we have hit breakout support, bounced to the top down lower high section. So this is where microscale algorithms in 1 minute are going to try to lower high it, so on and so forth. And obviously things can only go one of two ways, either down or up. You guys know if it doesn't go down, it's going up. But the point is to watch the price action and how it kind of starts moving in these predetermined zones, right? So we already knew ahead of time that's a lower high zone. And as you get into it, you can see you get a wick and you start to get a red candle a bit. So again, you can kind of start to get a feel for these things, right? So why did the lower high just all of a sudden happen there, right? Wait, but we're on VU. Sorry, I gotta go back to VU real quick. Alright, so VU should, if I'm correct, yep. So basically VU at this point almost has like a 1-to-1 positive correlation with the SPY. Basically, anything over like a 90 score with a positive correlation just basically means it's going to be very positively correlated to the market. So when you're asking questions about the VU, you're basically just asking how is the overall market doing, right? So you could look at the SPY, you could look at SPX, and I gotta double check that too, because I'm not exactly, that's off the top of my head, I don't remember the exact holdings of VU and exactly how it's concentrated, but I can figure that out in 3 seconds, so. Yeah. So again, sorry, I was. All right, guys. So we have that long kind of pressing up on the market. You have the buy signal, short-term trend on Nvidia holding true. Again, we went over some micro stuff, but as we said a few minutes ago, you had Nvidia getting positive over some levels that could help in the immediate, trigger some longs on the market. You're starting to see the market do what? Kind of curl up and push. If I take this off here, I mean, I don't have to. Just go look at your own chart. You can see that the MAC on the 1 minute, the 5 minute on the market, kind of positive, so on and so forth. You can see we talked about here on the VIX. The VIX 1 minute trend went bearish, so you're starting to get negative on the 1 minute micro. That could help juice up the micro on the SPY. The next moving average in sequence for the S&P 500 as it relates to what we're looking at would be the 50 SMA. The 50 SMA has almost gotten attacked. So as we fall down to the next moving average in sequence, market juices up. Now the market is going to get the opportunity to decide whether or not it wants to hold the 50 SMA on the 5 minute scale, etc., etc., etc. It's kind of flat, so maybe it breaks down, maybe it chops. Again, I'm not here to say exactly what's going to happen next, because we already did that. Now we got to kind of wait for the next thing, right? As the 1 minute trend gives up, we normally go and try to attack the 5 minute. Not always the case, but that's generally the case. So now we've pretty much attacked the 5 minute. So we got to let the 5 minute trend digest a little bit. Maybe it's going to want to keep going, maybe not, but again, we got to let it digest some. Now, obviously, if the market just keeps juicing up, we're going to go down. We might even break a little bit, like, obviously, but that's just small stuff. All right, so back to VU. I know we haven't really gotten much there, but back to VU. So VU is strongly correlated with the S&P 500. So when you're thinking about adding to VU, you're really just saying, should I add to the S&P 500? When you're thinking of adding to the S&P 500, you're pretty much saying, should I add to VU? Right? That's basically it. So the better you get at analyzing the S&P 500, the better you would be at understanding valuable times to deploy capital into something like VU. So my recommendation to you would be to, realistically, just get better at analyzing the S&P 500, its ebbs and flows, and then you will have a significantly better chance of timing better value spots for VU. It's also recommended that you shouldn't necessarily be timing markets. You should always be somewhat invested, maybe dollar cost averaging for some, but let's face it, everybody's got a little cash sitting on the sidelines, always waiting to pick something up. So for that extra bit of capital you have on the sidelines, waiting to be deployed at, better value opportunities, if you choose something like VU, a highly correlated ticker to the S&P 500, strong correlation, positive correlation, not negative, you would, the better you are analyzing S&P 500 will just translate to better purchases on the VU. Pullback level for VU. I never really answered that. The pullback level for VU is the pullback level for SPY. And when you say pullback level, again, that's a very vague thing. Because for me, we've already pulled back. We are in a selling operation, and we've already sold down to levels that we were trying to sell to. Right, so there's other levels we haven't talked about, which I can definitely talk about. Right, so there's two ways of looking at things. Right, you're either looking at buying oversold, undervalued lows, aka timing or trying to pick a bottom, which generally can be hard to do, or you're waiting for trends to change positive. So you have to, tell yourself two things and then pick one of the two and live with your decision, which is, am I trying to time a bottom, pick a bottom without even the slightest degree of confirmation of uptrend? Which, again, fine to do, more so fine to do if your knowledge base is strong and you have means of finding undervalued spots that other people don't see. That's where value comes in. Where everyone's looking is not where value is. So if you can find other opportunities where value may be present and other people aren't aware of, that's value. If you struggle to find those spots, and if you do, your best bet would be waiting for at least some degree of confirmation, something as small as a macro operation buy signal taking place, which is not happening, okay? Another way to restate this is, if you wait for extra confirmation / uptrends to start, whether it's even on the macro, which is like a 30-minute scale, hourly scale, you are not going to get the bottom, which means you are going to miss out on a significant portion of gains as the market at least starts to bounce and then flip to positive. You do miss out on gains. It's a give and take world, all right? Again, I thought I was going to marry Megan Fox. Lo and behold, that didn't happen, right? Who would have thought? Why wouldn't she want to date a YouTube streamer like me? I don't know, right? But it's a give and take world. I guess we can't always get what we want. So, that being said, I didn't marry Megan Fox, and you have to pick. Do you want to try to time a bottom, or do you want to wait for maybe extra confirmation of like an uptrend start? Okay, so then that leaves you with another two options is, do I even know when uptrends start, whether long-term or macro? And then B, the harder one is, do I really know how to pick a bottom, have a good idea of picking a bottom, or at least know where one of those might be in general? If you don't have answers to either two of those, then it's a good thing you're watching the stream, all right? So, that's the question I have for you is, when you say where should we pull back to, does that mean are we trying to pick a bottom, so on and so forth? Because I can tell you right now, we're in a downtrend. Everything is counterbalance to continued sell until the market finds a bottom or until we start an uptrend. All right? So what I will do real quick is send out a couple recommended low-risk value spots for you to follow on the S&P 500. Now, I'd have to sit back and kind of use my brain a little bit more than my second-hand nature to figure out how that would correlate to pricing structure on the VU. I'm not going to do all that. But what I will tell you is, some valuable price points to watch on the S&P 500. And if those come to fruition, and if those do come true, then it's on that specific day that you would then translate it to the VU and be like, okay, the market on the SPY has reached value. Regardless of what price the VU is, this would be a good opportunity to add capital back to here, VU. So give me a second. 1 second, dude. That's money, dude. That's money, dude. Gosh, what is that? What is that? Not to mention, actually, well, I mean, obviously. So here's another thing I just wanted to show real quick, right? So when I say that VU has a very positive correlation to the S&P 500, right? So let's, is that, yeah, so we'll change this one to SPY. Ready? So this should be a clear-cut exam. Oh man, that's kind of busy. I'll just do this one here. I don't want to delete that stuff and like finagle with it, so I'm just gonna bring this chart up here. Throw this to a 1 minute. Shrink this bad boy down. Come on, loser. All right, so 1 second. All right, so look at this 1 minute SPY chart. Okay. Look at where the moving average is even at. Now look at the VU chart. Okay? So look at VU, look at SPY. That is what we call a strongly correlated, or that's what we call two strongly correlated assets or classes. I don't really call them assets, but again, that's what you call two strongly correlated securities, right? You have the SPY and then you have VU, right? And ETF comprised of technology and consumers and whatever else is exactly in there. I mean, obviously, no one knows exactly off the top of their head. You'd have to dive into it and look at the perspectives and blah, blah, blah. Bottom line is, this is a highly correlated, strongly correlated, positively correlated two securities, right? You can clearly see that. The moving averages are basically the exact same, right? So when the uptrend starts on the SPY, on the 1 minute scale, the uptrend starts on VU, right? So when the bottom is in on the SPY, the bottom is in on the VU, all right? So now I'm going to take a second to do a little bit of research, and I will, it's not even, I've already been looking at these, I just don't know exactly the prices off the top of my head, so give me a second. And sometimes, and again, the market does what it wants when it wants. So I kind of think of value areas as in, I'm less curious as to like when the value opportunity presents. That's not even true, right? It's like, or maybe the timeline. Maybe that's a better way. You know, I'm not even necessarily curious or really care too much about how long or what the timeline is for when value opportunity is met, but I'm more concerned with when the opportunity is met. That being said, just because, you know, like, we could go to value areas by tomorrow, right? I don't control that, right? We could go to value areas that I like in 2 weeks, right? How things develop is always kind of in the air, but the bottom line is value levels, at least for me, or areas where I think there's value, those kind of remain the same. It's just how long does something take before the value opportunity presents itself. So, you know, whether the market goes down to value areas that we like in a shorter timeline or a longer timeline, the value area is still there, all right? We use Thinkorswim, we use TradingView, we use standard deviation, volume weighted average prices, Fibonacci, algo candles, weekly scales, multi-time frame analysis, uptrend, downtrend SMA systems across SPX, QQQ, SPY, market forecasting. We use quite a lot of stuff. I use quite a lot of stuff. All right. It's 12:55. Yeah, okay. All right, real quick, I'm gonna give you guys these prices. Don't shoot the messenger, but you know how it goes. And that's the other thing too, is the market is fractal. So it's like, what I mean is a lot of times there's value to be found on daily charts. Sometimes you guys also got to read between, or kind of listen between the lines of the things that I say as well. There's value to be found on daily charts. There's value to be found on pretty much everything, right? But for really lower risk value, I like daily charts and weekly charts. Yeah. So value can be found on daily and it can be found on weekly. Now, if you guys remember back, which again, we say a lot of things on this stream. I know. I'm sorry. But if you remember back to earlier, whether it was the beginning of the day or just a few minutes ago, remember we said, hey guys, we broke the 5-minute on the VIX, which means we should look for the 15-minute. As in, when we go through a 5-minute time frame, we transition to a 15-minute. When we go through a 1-minute time frame, we transition to 5 minutes. Of course, you'd hit a 2-minute, 3-minute, 4-minute, but as far as things are concerned, we kind of look at transition from 1 to 5, 5 to 15, 15 to 30, etc., etc. So translate that or relate that to looking for longer-term daily, weekly value, right? Before we reach weeklies, we normally hit dailies. So there can almost be multiple areas of value where this week we run a daily value bounce, which in a week and a half might get broken down. Then we run a weekly value bounce, right? So that being said, I will provide you guys some value levels, all right? So right now, believe it or not, actually, I think we are in the daily value level for the Qs. Hold on. Believe it or not. What the shit? What am I doing? There we go. Yeah, we're kind of trading in between the daily value zone. It's kind of awkward, to be honest, but we are in the daily value level for the QQQ, right? Let me check the SPY. Wow, that's kind of busy. I might have to, well, I could probably get away with not. Yeah, I don't know. Hold on. We have quite a bit of room down for the daily. Well, I mean, that's red. It's debatable. I mean, we kind of hit daily. I would say we basically hit some daily value levels down here, kind of like this low a day spot on the SPY was some daily value. It's not super clear cut, but what I would rather say is we have targetable downside levels on the SPY as far as $534.67 as it relates to our weekly value trend. Does the market sell down to $534.40? I mean, if we remain in a sell signal, then it could, right? Does the weekly value level increase and catch up to price action at a later date in time? It could. So when I said before, it's not necessarily always a matter of is the price going to go here to this level, but more or less when the price eventually meets the value area, which can come in the fashion of a sell-off, sideways to down, up, down, and then it catches up. But right now, I foresee weekly value on the S&P 500, arguably at a price of $534.47. All right. And as it relates to the QQQ, we have, I would say, some good value points down at $450.48. I would also say what's taking place is the market on both the NASDAQ and the SPY are testing sort of daily value levels. So right now the market is going to get its opportunity into tomorrow. Wait, what's today? Thursday. So Friday into next. Well, let's see. Because if it's daily, yeah, I mean, yeah, we're not even really I'm thinking about the timing right now too. Again, it's something I'm concerned with, but I'm like, but the reality is, the value that's down at 450 on the Qs and the value that's down at whatever I said on the SPY, again, it's relevant, but also irrelevant until we get there or until the value is met. So we're not there yet, but we do see some value areas down there. All right, so just like this, real quick, I could show you guys. So let's bring this up here. So this here is this was the QQQ. So I'll show you the QQQ here. So basically, we have been watching the QQQ like this. Which is we have weekly downsided targets and support levels at 450, 50, 48. This is on the weekly scale, along with weekly lower high resistance scales here at the top. So I'm going to put a line like this, and then we're going to go zoom in on all of this, okay? All right, so this top here, that is our weekly volume weighted average price resistance. Well, it was. Obviously, it got used. There's never a guarantee that everything's going to work perfectly, all right? Our current weekly volume weighted average price support zone is right here. All right. Right now, our daily level support zone's like basically where the price action's at, like right here. So we're kind of battling and dealing with some daily value spots. Those have to get cleared. Then we can go down and get 450, 48 for those values. And so on and so forth. Something else we should probably discuss is the standard deviations of the market. All right. So I'm going to just kind of like get out of here. Don't really need that for the moment. Buy orders in at 470. Okay. So, yeah, what was I going to say? So, standard deviation. All right, so right now the market is on the negative side of distribution, okay? So for the past year, we have gone from -1, that was even -2, but so basically we've gone from -1 to positive distribution and distributed much higher. Then we retrace back to the statistical average or the mean. Pretty much rode the mean. Just last couple weeks, the yen carry trade, the yen fear, that moment where we're all gonna die again, that one. So the yen carry trade was able to correct the markets 10%. Markets went on sale 10%, rallied back up another 10%, back to the long-term statistical average. At which point we have basically topped and now we're rolling down. So we have a back test of the long-term statistical mean along with a lower high setup on the NASDAQ weekly, which basically just means the market is distributing on the negative side, which means it's slightly on sale right now. Not on sale big, but slightly on sale the market is. And why? That is because on the long-term trend, markets are most likely to remain in between one standard deviation of the regression mean. So since the market is on the downside of that, it's theoretically on sale because it is expected that markets will transition above and below the mean, right? So when something's below the mean, it's on sale, and as the market swings up and above the mean, theoretically, it's no longer on sale, right? Hence, buy low, sell high. So right now, we have a slightly on sale market for the yearly scale, right? As it relates to statistical regression, right? Now, someone would look at this and go, this thing ain't on sale at all. Look at where the long-term weekly trend's at. So when I look at the long-term weekly, I say, we're still pretty high above the long-term weekly trend, right? So though the regression says we're on sale, that's true, but I still think we're a little overvalued as it relates to long-term trends, all right? So you have regression trend, which is a statistical value trend representation. And then you have SMA momentum trend direction. Right now the momentum is upsided, overbought on SMA scales. All right. On regression scales, we were just oversold. Right. So the regression just got oversold. Hence, bounce back to the mean. Anyways, that's a lot to take in. I know it is, and it's probably not easy, and a lot of mumbo jumbo, arguably. Yep. Buy order in at 470. Why would a buy order be in at 4? Oh wait, maybe that's like VU or something. Maybe VU's price is different, and that's where that's probably. Yeah, okay, makes sense. I kept looking at Qs, and I'm like, what the? I'm like, what are you talking about? But it makes perfect sense. It's obvious. Right. So that's fun. So yeah. Now also the flip side, Mr. Click on this tab. Yeah. So 470 would be. Yeah. So basically, yeah, the markets. I kind of expect the Nasdaq and maybe even the SPY to keep selling down just in general. And then as we get into some of these weekly zones, we'll have the opportunity for some longs. Again, those would be bottom picks. See what we just talked about? The 450.48 on NASDAQ is arguably a destination selling target. And then when we get there, it's a value opportunity to bounce the market and pick a bottom that, if is good, can then result in a macro long trend and enter a buy operation, right? So every value opportunity or bottom pick that you have when the market is in a selling operation should first be anticipated as A, value opportunity, B, bounce, and then C, has to enter a buying operation for it to be confirmed as a bottom. Okay? Confirmation of bottom comes when bottom bounces, enters uptrend, right? I could draw it on a screen for you. Ready? Stock is just bottom bounce until bounce turns to uptrend. You must know where the uptrend level is at, hence the 50 SMA breach. A perfect example of this would be like, maybe it was Apple today on the 30-minute. Ready? So let's look at the pre-market 30-minute scale. All right. Wait. Sessions. All right. So let's rephrase. Okay. When looking for value or a bottom and you're in a sell move, everything is bottom bounce until it creates uptrend. You must know where the uptrend start level is at. Same thing applies to the SPY and the NASDAQ and VU and the Dow and your penny stock. Everything. All the same. Does that make a sense? Yes. See the best part is the title of the YouTube today is Stock Market has entered a selling operation. There was just clear cut. Market's in a selling operation, right? See, those are the type of news pieces and articles and headlines that should and are provided to you guys. If we go to like CNBC, if we go to, again, let's see, let's just pull it up. All right, so we gotta take a look at Google again. We gotta go to their news page, Stock Market News. We're gonna go check out the online digital newspaper front page for the day, and there's nowhere amongst all of these really big news organizations with lots of money and employees, not one of them has mentioned the selling operation that the market is currently undergoing. Again, I'm not sure why. Unfortunately, for the readers and the public, they, based off of today's digital headlines on the newspaper, they have not been informed of the selling operation currently taking place in the market. I don't know. Maybe that will, I don't know. Anyways, so we don't have mention of the selling operation that's taking place based off the newspaper on the market, but here at the Boiler Room Network, you do. It's right in the title. Stock market entered selling operation. And those titles will generally change with market structure. So if we're positive, market's in a buy. We're negative, market's in a sell. And that will flip-flop and change as it relates to the market. Regardless of feelings, narratives, thoughts, nope. Title represents market conditions in real time. No clickbait. On that note, love you guys. I'm going to go get a coffee, so we'll be right back. In the meantime, just hang out. Don't do anything crazy. And then make sure to share our YouTube stream and Ricky Gutierrez's Learn, Plan, Profit chat room. I know that they would really, really love to learn such information. We are back. We are back. Back in the business. Let's go check on good old. Let's see. Interesting. QQQ still holding a bit. I mean. And another thing too, guys, something to keep in mind. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. You know, is along for looking at value areas and this, that, or the other. I mean, bottom line is we're going to have the market hit enough value that throws Apple into a buy signal, Nvidia into a buy signal, Microsoft into a buy signal, Google into a buy signal, Amazon's in one, Meta kind of trying. So basically, we still have a lot of stocks that are down. So what's going to happen is obviously the market has to bottom, has to create some value, go into a buy signal, all other stocks will rip up. So we kind of need some help across the board from a lot of things right now. It's good. Nice. I wonder if the old YouTube will let us get over 1,000 views today. Probably not. Seems they got us capped at that 1,000 mark. So once you get over 1,000, then the payout on ads becomes higher. So it's almost like they got us capped right at that 1,000 mark. Yeah, something about their YouTube split or something like that. Let's see. Actually, let me figure it out. Let's see. Title. Interesting. Never mind, I had it wrong in the past. Well, let's see, what time is it? 1:23. Again, pretty basic stuff. Not a whole lot to say. Again, they did the little double bottom bounce there on Bitcoin. Pretty straightforward. Nothing new to see here. Meta, still kind of interesting. And say Meta didn't get quite clapped as hard in this sell-off, so it's like, I'm watching this over-under on Meta here. I want to say currently Meta's on the negative side of trend, so I'm wondering, I don't know for sure. Z's obviously, if market doesn't go into a buyout, we could see again. Stocks are a little more volatile than the individual market, but it looks like an algo sell wick now below on bearish. I wonder if we're gonna get that. Not necessarily like the way the picture looks, but just ultimately backtest and roll down on Meta. Oh yeah, going back to Nvidia. We talked about that little buy move, right? Right, we talked about that little buy move on Nvidia. And we talked about how the market broke over the 50 SMA. So this is the breakout volume weighted average price level. Hence, you always kind of see like a first pop here usually. Once that gets taken out, we go back to the 50 SMA. So if we were to just kind of take these volume weighted average prices off and you're just looking at the chart, one's going to go, oh, well, you know, like previous top, previous high, we take that out, we fall down. Totally true. I just view it in a little bit of a different light. I look at this level specifically as the over-under. So that yellow line, that's the over-under. And from there, a buy move kicks off. This trend right here, that's the 1 minute volume weighted average price trend of the move. Once we can get through the 1 minute volume trend, we're essentially starting to wash the volume that got long. And then we send them back down to the SMA that created the long. All right. So now what? So Nvidia obviously flipped on the downside. Not like we watched it in real time there. But we know that Nvidia flipped down here. Why? Because look at it, broke down. So now we're just going to repeat the process. So we're going to anchor to here. All right, and now what? Same thing, but just backwards, right? So you had the long break over the 50, test trend pop, right? So now you have the breakdown below the 50, test trend roll, right? Same story. Now, 106.98 becomes attackable only when we start to breach the 1 minute trend. Otherwise, we now have a new downtrend start on the micro scale with Nvidia, and currently Nvidia is below its 1 minute volume weighted average price bearish trend. You guys can see that, right? Clear as day. All right? I'm not like crazy and telling you anything, right? Like you can clearly see it, clear as day, right? So you're down, pop up, hold trend, failed trend, go back to algo level. Algo level breaks down, now you're into roll down. All above or below the halfway point. Coffee and cold chicken. Hell of a meal. Oh yeah. Nothing like black coffee and a chicken to warm the soul. I really wish I could there's I really wish there was other YouTube streams I can go and watch for info like this, but I just can't. There's just no one provides it. And I'm always just kind of looking on YouTube, what stream can I hang out in, who's going to show me some cool stuff, and then it's just nah. What was the yellow line? The yellow line is the 50 SMA. I know it sounds kind of like child's play or just stupid, but that's the 50 SMA. And the 50 SMA is one of it is the moving average that determines uptrend, downtrend. Okay? And then you can follow it through every single time frame. And the more you get used to just flipping through the time frame and going, is the 1 minute up or is the 1 minute down? Is the 5 minute up or is the 5 minute down? You'll learn the fractal nature of uptrends and downtrends across all your time frames. So, ready? This is a 1 minute. Okay? When does the market pop? Not bottom. Remember, uptrends don't start in bottoms, okay? Uptrends start when the uptrend actually has an uptrend, okay? Bottom are undervalued or oversold, right? So let's start from NVIDIA today. It's not going to always be this clean looking either, okay? There's your 1 minute trend on NVIDIA, all right? Oh shit, hold on. 1 minute enters downtrend. When does the 1 minute enter an uptrend? Right there. There's your 1 minute uptrend start. There's your 1 minute back test, and there's an up. So right there where I'm drawing, that's where the 1 minute uptrend starts as per defined by 1 minute moving average scales. Where does the 5 minute start? 5 minute would start here. Now you'd be like, well, that's a shitty uptrend. I mean, yeah, it is a shitty uptrend. Again, not everything is going to work perfect, right? So you have to also determine what's kind of good, what's kind of not. That gets better with practice and so on and so forth, right? What we're talking about mainly is the open, high, low, close. Or wait, I had to go back to a pre-market, sorry. What I was referring to was the 30-minute trend in here. So I like to use the 30-minute trends a lot, and you should too. So what we're looking at here is a 30-minute trend. So that yellow line is really just to reference the 30-minute over-under bullish-bearish trend, right? So you can see where that red line's at in that chart. You see that? I'm just putting the yellow line over it so that I can use it as a reference point when I go into, say, a 1 minute or a 5 minute. So that yellow line is the 30-minute over-under, all right? So essentially, the 1 minute went positive, then back tested and broke out the 30-minute pop, right? 30-minute long could not sustain, so it goes back down to the 30-minute. Then the 30-minute breaks down. Now we're into a 30-minute downtrend. Well, let me rephrase that. The 30-minute
algorithm uptrend downtrend level broke here, which is now creating a micro 1 minute roll. The coffee is hot. Hey, easy, good stuff. Is that the daily 50 SMA? We watch the daily 50 SMA. I mean, we watch literally every 50 SMA. And the reason I like them so much is because, again, it really is defining the uptrend, downtrend level. So what we would do is like, then we add some extra edge and be like, okay, well, if we know a downtrend kind of started right in this area based on the 30-minute, let's start tracking everyone that's trading the market bearish on NVIDIA. That means retail, anyone, algorithms, computers, whatever. So if we know that, I'll point an arrow here. All right, so if we know that a downtrend on the 30-minute pre-market happens here, then we also know that if we track the volume weighted average price of that breakdown, we could assume that we are taking everyone that's transacting in this downtrend, extrapolate that, and then get their volume trend. And their volume trend would be these green lines. So for me, the way that I kind of interpret that is looking at the arrow, right? So we have a 30-minute breakdown, which is resulting in a 30-minute downtrend on a 30-minute picture. You're seeing it here on a 1 minute. And everyone participating, whether long or short, has a main volume trend of that green line. Hence, where you get kind of the pops and you get the drops, right? Because the market loves to go back and screw with everyone and go to their what? Their liquidity or their max pain and so on and so forth. Thank you. I appreciate that, Moto. So yeah, you guys are getting a lot of awesome info here. Again, if the stream ever grows, we probably won't get this detailed, so take it while you got it. But again, you can kind of see from what we've done here today on stream that a lot of the things that I'll look at, teach, and kind of, recommend as tools and ways to forecast markets, you can see how it gets extremely detailed. And when we say detailed, meaning we don't just look at a high, low, or we're not just using a Fibonacci. Multiple time frames across multiple stocks, across multiple markets, multiple approaches, standard deviation statistics, simple moving average trend, Fibonacci, anchored volume weighted average prices, gaps, algorithm candles, news narrative changes, flips. It all plays a role on coming up with these ideas and presenting them to you guys, or providing market news and forecasts in that way. So you can see just how far you can take things and get detailed. And again, so right now, interesting, they're kind of flirting that 1 minute trend. You can even see they're back testing the 1 minute right now. Again, these are a lot of this is computers and stuff like that too. So the 1 minute's still down, but as we start to take out this 1 minute trend, that's where it becomes more likely you shoot up into 106.95. Actually, it might be a little different. Let's see if it changed. Could be, yeah. Again, stocks are a little bit more volatile than markets. But again, you can already see how that candle's getting squeezed up. That's because we're kind of starting to take out who? Everyone who's participating bearish. Ready? Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. Pop as you get through their key volume trend. All right. Now again, that's nothing too crazy. This is still micro stuff. But now, it's more likely that you can see even this 106.96. It's very minuscule stuff, but this is a tactic that we use on the market very effectively, especially on 1 minute stuff. Also, looks like QQQ is getting a decent green candle. That's kind of helping Nvidia there. Again, the SPY just went back on a little 1 minute uptrend, which probably means the VIX just got down moved on some stuff. But anyway, you guys know. Hold up. Let me take all this bullshit off. We just hit wait up. Sorry. Got chicken in my throat. Yeah, I mean, we're still into 1 minute resistance here on the market again, guys. You know, like pretty much that's just it. All right, take the market high. Got crushed. All right, we're right now battling the 1 minute selling trend. All right. So this is the same exact thing. Who was asking it? Click on this, tap on that. When you were talking about levels of value, right? And we're talking about that, right? This is 1 minute levels of value based off of today's market high. So again, it's not necessarily is it going to go there on this bounce or this bounce or this bounce or this bounce, but more of it's a matter of when the market meets it, which just happened. Like it hasn't even actually happened. We're close to it happening, right? But now you can see as the market kind of bottomed, traded up and sideways, now we're seeing the 1 minute value top down trend. Where the shit's... Where the big sad? Where the big sad, dog? Come on, dog. Alright, so something we are kind of like, you know, paying attention to in the immediate is like, okay, does the VIX get a little acceptance below the 5 minute, right? So if we start getting acceptance below the 5 minute, you would arguably expect, you know, maybe a little down something, maybe helps pop the market a little bit, nothing too crazy. But also, we are coming into the 1 minute resistance trend. Now, markets have created what you can see is like a little bit of a higher low reversal, but into 1 minute key volume selling trends for the day. All right. So that's that's pretty much just a big level, right? So we've been kind of downtrending. Now we kind of have some higher low structure arguably there. Yeah, I mean, still, it's, and I mean, again, like nothing crazy. I mean, it's all relative, right? We know that if 1 minute breaks, then we transition 5 minute, 5 minutes break, we transition 30 minutes. So again, you're just basically dealing with the 1 minute trend here pretty soon. It's Nvidia helping the QQQ, not the other way around. How do you mean? Or not, it's Nvidia helping QQQs and not SPY? Is that what you're saying? Good morning, Lacey. Oh, I know what you're saying now. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, Nvidia's helping the Qs pop, obviously. Yep. Nvidia just went up to 106.95. I don't know why it did that, but it did. Nvidia is now breaking 106.96.95. Basically, that means we're getting a slight... Again, it's so micro, but you can see the kind of the algo shifting positive there. So you're getting a little bit of a new 30-minute algo long on Nvidia there. Now, obviously, when you look at this, you got to be like, okay, market bounced. Then we took out the 1 minute structure, so squeeze out the 1 minute back to the 50 SMA. Now the 50 SMA is breaking up a little bit. Again, nothing just always moves in a straight line, so it's like you kind of have like a, you know, you have like an extension, right? It's kind of a long move there. So, anyways, you get the point. Rock on, brothers. Alright, so we pop back over the old Spy Daddy. So it looks like we're going to transition into the 5 minute here. Yep, we already did. So again, like we said before, moving up into the volume trend. You see how we kind of got this big, let's call it a big old squeeze candle. You see how the market's kind of squeezing right here? Do you think that's because the market is getting over this previous top? Or is it because we're taking out a key volume trend? It's because we're taking out a key volume trend on the day. Alright? This previous top was more or less defined by some key volume levels, right? So as we get through that, yes, people are taking off, but it's more or less we kind of pop that volume trend. So a lot of people that from the 1 minute scale down have been positioned with short volume, they kind of just got cooked there, right? And then as the 1 minute sequence gets blown out, we then are attracted to the next one, which is now the 5 minute. All right, so now we've transitioned to the 5 minute. All right, even the 5 minutes kind of breaching. So at this rate, we're probably looking at the 30 minutes now. So now we're going to be looking for arguably the markets to press up into the 5 minutes. Might give us a little hesitation, but we're pretty much looking at this to juice up into the 30 minutes now. So yeah, I mean, we'll see if it plays nice. Maybe we got to get some hesitation on the 5 minutes, but at this rate, we're pretty much looking at this puppy to go up to here, arguably here. It's 146. So if we're going to juice into the 30 minutes and even attempt a 30-minute resistance, we still have 14 minutes of wait time. So if you're shorting right now, you're basically going to get blown up, and you still have 14 minutes before we transition to a new 30-minute, which would be more likely to hold resistance in the zone. Again, there's the juice on that puppy. Just gotta, sometimes you just gotta let it juice, you know. So there's your 30-minute guy there. So that's kind of the first of the levels. So what we'll do is we'll go and look at it on like a 1 minute, so you guys can kind of get a vibe. All right. So you see how we're squeezing because we're taking out a lot of those sellers on the day now. I'm not here for no reason, folks. All right, so this is where sort of that first 30 minutes getting taken out. So now we're probably going to transition to the upside because anyone who was trying to position short here is now getting blown out. So you might as well just run them up to 550.89 at this point. You might need a little bit of a one minute micro pull, retest, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So again, this is where we kind of are looking at the markets to arguably, let me just double check before I say something super dumb. I gotta double check the VIX. Oh, remember what we said. If the VIX 5 minute, you can't see that. Remember we're talking about the VIX 5 minute. So at the same time the market's juicing to the ceiling, you're getting a 5 minute downtrend on the VIX, right? So the micro on the VIX is bearish, helping juice that market move. So we're basically looking for some resistance to arguably develop here within like the next 12 minutes. Arguably the next 30. Sometimes it doesn't play as nice, but basically if the if the 30-minute scale is meant to continue holding a downtrend formation, this is most likely where we're going to see a 30-minute top trend attempt a roll within the next 12 to 15 minutes or so. And if I'm wrong, or if the market is wrong about the 30-minute lower high scenario, then we'll find out sooner than later. But then it just kind of results in the same thing we just saw. Know how we kind of saw the 1 minute get taken out and then it squeezes out? Well, now the 30-minute bearish concept comes into play here. And if there's no 30-minute resistance to be found, 30 minutes get blown out. All right. So this is where you kind of start looking at stuff like, you know, MACD. MACD on the 1 minute, super strong. Positive side. 5 minute MAC still pretty strong at the 0 line. So we've gotten back to the midway point on the MAC. Kind of an over-under spot. Arguably, if they blow out the 30 minutes, then the 5 minute MAC is most likely going to enter to the positive side of things. This is where we got to start transitioning into the 15 minute on the VIX. Oh shit, that's right. There we go. There's the 15 minute VIX break. Remember, again, we say a lot of things, but I didn't notice it till now. But again, we talked about earlier, if we start to roll the 15 minute, that's where a bigger long takes place. We rolled that. So that's good. For a long pop, obviously it just took place. Yeah. Good stuff. So that means Nvidia is probably juiced to the gills there. Again, Nvidia, as we just talked about a little bit ago, went into a little bit of a buy wave. Here, 106.99. You're up about a 106.99, 107. Yeah, it's only 106. Yeah, it's only like 50 cents or something. Yeah, it's only about a 50-cent push. We do have some core stuff, but it's kind of old, really outdated. Again, I'm just, you know, I do got a little ADD and stuff like that, but yeah, it's outdated. I wouldn't even recommend grabbing that for now. Maybe one day I'll let you know when it's been updated with all this stuff, but for now, we pretty much just teach all this stuff live in our private streams and chat. Again, it's best of you to kind of think of anything we provide as market forecasting tools and analysis, and that's pretty much it. We provide market forecasting tools and analysis for people. We basically provide a better CNB stream for you guys. Ooh, it's getting a little hot in here. It's getting toasty. Yeah, and like Corey just said, you know, it's not like we pretty much just we show everything. You know, it's always out there. Obviously, supporting our business is always appreciated. But again, the info is out there. Corey's been a longtime follower of the channel. I've seen him in many of the streams with us and so on and so forth. Oh, but yeah, so look at, we just got a long signal on Microsoft a little bit ago. I'm kind of late to telling you guys this. Well, not really. We talked about it, but as far as it taking place, you see that right there? Boom. That's the 50 SMA. So you just got a long signal on Microsoft, or on Meta at 5:15.67, give or take. Again, I know it doesn't, like it, again, I know it's only 5:15.61 to 5:17.26, so you're creeping at about 70 cents positive there. But again, the market is run by high frequency trading algorithms, okay? Though you might look at it like, well, how, you know, but that's the reality. They just went and entered a long signal on Meta. Now, they could run it for longer, shorter, except you don't have that control. You just know they're over under algorithm levels, right? That's what it comes down to. Apple or Amazon still positive. Google hanging, chilling. So this is kind of interesting. You should keep tabs on Apple. That would be a good one because Apple's coming up into that 50 SMA. So whether or not they run it there right away or what have you, there's an opportunity to watch the algorithms play around the 50 SMA on Apple near the price of 224.10. So keep Apple on your chart, mark off 224.10, somewhere in that area. If things play nicely in a shorter period of time, you get the opportunity to watch algorithms flirt with the 50 SMA in real time there. Okay, all right. Now let's flip to a regular trading hours extended. All right. What is this? SPY. Oh, SPY. Okay, so let me think. Ooh, daddy. Did I forget something? I did forget something. This is actually, I didn't really forget something. It's kind of becoming a new part of strategy here. I know there's a lot going on with this chart. I don't expect you to even come close to understanding half of the shit that's on this chart, okay? It's not really what I expect from any one of you guys. Okay, so yeah, we reset that guy. Is that correct? Let me double check. Yeah, I'd say so. So yeah, up to 551.03. I gotta say, I think we're gonna squeeze out 551.03. Again, we still have 5 minutes until the next 30-minute candle. Again, it's not like you should just be loading up highs, looking for this to rip up to 551.03. I kind of have some reasons why I think we're going to 551.03. It's kind of some newly tested stuff, but we'll see. But, I mean, again, the VIX is now down on the 5 minute. We'll see. Again, I can't promise anything for sure. I mean, sometimes, but VIX is down. I just got to double check a couple other things. Apple's not performing in the immediate. Let's just double check some things. So you kind of need Apple to juice up there. Let's check NVIDIA again. NVIDIA's getting positive. Ooh, Microsoft just got... Wait, is that 2 buy moves on Microsoft? Or is that something different? Was that Meta? That was Meta. So Microsoft is getting positive. So that's helping. Google got positive at 158.33. So you did get positive transition on Google. You did get positive transition a little bit on Microsoft there. Tesla's been positive. How do I know that there is a long buy signal on Microsoft? Because uptrends start over 50 SMAs and downtrends start below 50 SMAs. So when the market transitions through, it's becoming positive. Positive movement. Another way of me saying that is a buy signal, right? And a buy signal can literally be determined by decimals. Literally decimals. Because again, algorithms transition the market above and below moving averages to create buy moves and sell moves, right? And those can be determined based off of literally just decimal pennies, all right? All right, so again, this is a scenario where if anyone shorted here, it blows them up into 550.88 to 551.03 in the sense that the short is wrong. Now, if you guys look at your time, if you're in the Eastern time with me, you'll see that it's 1:57 p.m. That means there's 3 minutes now until a new 30-minute candle. If 30-minute resistance is to work, it normally will start transitioning bearish into the next 30-minute. If the resistance is false, it's normally as we transition into that new 30-minute that either the correction really starts to give way or the shorts that are too early get blown out. So there's a good chance we get resolution in the next 2 minutes. Sometimes it's not always the case. So if it doesn't like immediately give us some cool action, don't shoot the messenger. But if it does, then praise me. No, I'm kidding. But again, we got about, there it is. There's 158. We have a minute and 30 seconds left till the new 30-minute. Watch this be that one time they like wait for like two 30-minute candles. That would be so lame. I almost never touch penny stocks anymore. I'll do some analysis and kind of look at them from time to time, but nah. I mean, at this point, I really just watch the market. I have more of a love for watching the market, big cap stocks, and things like that. All right, we have about 40 seconds left on this 1 minute candle before a new 30-minute candle comes to. Also, that would mean that there's a new 5-minute candle, there's a new 10-minute candle, and there's a new 30-minute candle, and there's a new 15-minute candle. Juice it, baby. Juice it. Let's get it juicing to the puppy. Boom. New 30-minute candle. Slam. Comical. Right there, you can see it hit 2 p.m., right? We're at 2 p.m. There's a new 30-minute candle. Juice them up. I know that doesn't look like... It may not look like a whole lot there. But, again... It's right there for you guys. The arrows are on the screen. You cannot get much cleaner than that. I mean, I don't, who gives you a drawing book on your stock chart? This guy. Or my business partner, Brandon. He's pretty freaking epic, I gotta say. That kid's a genius, too. And a master of emotion when it comes to trading. So, anyways, we just hit the new 30-minute top resistance spot right there. Again, Oh, we have a 5-minute gap on the VIX. So arguably, we do have a 5-minute gap to fill upwards on the VIX. That could maybe constitute for some micro pulls here on the SPY. Oh, never mind. 5-minute VIX gap filled. Forget that. Still pulling though. Nice. All right. So again, we have the new 30-minute candle. It's juiced to the gills. So we'll see if We'll see if we get some resistance here. Again, this is the 30-minute resistance lower high sequence level. So it basically means if the 30-minute volume trend sequence lower high is meant to remain true, we get resistance here. So as far as like the long press, you really shouldn't be trying to long a whole lot here because there's just no point now. As far as the 30-minute trend and kind of macro environment is concerned, you should pretty much be done with the long trade there. Would I buy X here? Debatable. I don't know. I haven't looked at U.S. Steel in gosh knows how long. Oh, that's comical. That is good. So here's a perfect example of another selling operation, but just on U.S. Steel, right? So like, let's look at U.S. Steel here, right? Does anybody notice anything? Like maybe the fact it was in a selling operation, right? So now this is probably contributed to some sort of news event, right? But you can clearly see like a couple weeks back hit a sell op, and then we kind of flirted around for a little bit, but then just the other day, new sell op and bearish below 50 and slam, right? So yeah, let's check the long terms. Also, you can kind of see with the SPY here, we've kind of ping-ponged the market between the two 30-minute levels now. So for kind of continuation on the roll, you're going to want to see that 30-minute level get breached and give up. So 550.21, that's the old 30-minute level that people got short at, or a level that they were kind of blown out at. So shorts are kind of like, basically like anyone who top ticked this just made money, but anyone who shorted previously is still underwater. So like, basically, you need to see the market below 550.20 for kind of a good short to prevail here. So that's kind of what and where a lot of people in this top that have been bearish are currently positioned with average prices. I can just see it. All right, so let's get back to U.S. Steel. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Yeah. Oh wait, that is X. Huh. All right. So, okay, not to mention, so another thing that you got to look at X is X also just broke down its long term. So it kind of created like a bigger term sell move, right? So if you kind of look at X, you can see the weekly scale has been positive since here. I'll put a vertical line, Alt V. So we've been positive weekly since, I don't know, July 31st, right? And we've kind of flirted with that level a little bit, kind of over under it. But again, we just gave it up the other day. So the weekly flipped bearish just the other week. So take the long term on X, just went bearish like 3 weeks ago. Then move down the scale, and you'll see that just a week ago, the daily got bearish, right? You can see how we break down the daily. And then if you look at something like a 4 hour, you can see the 4 hour has been negative. So you can see the weekly went negative. Your midterm 6 month went negative. Your daily long term went negative. And then you flip it down to a macro for better timing of short term negatives. And you can see we've been kind of doing short term negative swings down. So everything on X for the past 3 weeks has been downsided as relates to the weekly, midterm, daily, macro. So when you ask, is it a buy? I mean, this would be an oversold bounce. So unless you have metrics for measuring oversold value and finding, a reason for buying the oversold metrics, you're in a downtrend still, right? So unless you have reason to believe that it is at a valuable, undervalued price where momentum should pick up solely based off of oversold metrics, tools, or research, then you're still in a downtrend, and you would be better off waiting for an uptrend or a buy signal to start, which could be as small or limited to at least the 30-minute scale, right? So right now the 30-minute long signal is all the way up at 34.78. So you have some time to wait for a macro long signal to happen. That's not saying there won't be a good bounce, but we're negative right now on that. Now I could look at X, and I could help you out there further by looking at the statistical levels of the market. So yes, one would say that X has dropped down to arguably oversold levels, right? You can see that we have sold down to -3, almost -3 standard deviation regression analysis. So take it from the last couple weeks, right? So let's do like a 180-day 4-hour chart here. So what we know on X is that over the past 3 weeks, the weekly, daily, midterms, and macro all went negative. So trend momentum negative sold X down to long-term oversold value at -3 standard deviation. So I would contribute the last 3 weeks roll to moving average momentum and what other narrative maybe was sold on X or news break that may have occurred, right? Then decrease the market to a -3 standard deviation value oversold metric, hence the bounce. So we have an oversold bounce taking place around -3, -2 standard deviation, but not yet in positive momentum trend. That's the way I would read that and think about that. How that helps you, I guess I don't really know, but hopefully it does, all right? We're at 816 views. We might make it over 1,000 views today for the first time, and I don't know. Also, do know there is something to consider, which, when it comes to X, I mean, oh, smack, hold on, is you can see that the statistical probabilities and regression trend obviously has changed from positive to negative, right? So I would say we're more in a statistically negative regression trend on that market, right? So instead of being in a positive trend where the market decreases to a low risk -3 bounce, were kind of decreased to a low risk -3 counter long. Not, I'm saying it's like you can see that the statistical regression has gone from positive to negative, right? So you do have to take into consideration that this is not as good of a setup, or one would assume it's not as good of a bounce setup as per something that would be in a positively trending statistical regression. But, and again, I have, oh shit, look at it, boy. Not that this really means too much, but again, you do have a 5-minute gap on X here. So one would assume at some point the markets are going to want to come up and fill that 5-minute impulsive gap in the chart. So you do have theoretically reason for U.S. steel to trade back to $33.03 per a gap created through that shelf dive yesterday. Again, don't put too much emphasis on that, and don't shoot the messenger. Yeah, so my outlook on the market is we are going to have lower performance, sluggish markets from 2026 to 2032. Will I be right about that? I have absolutely no clue. If I'm right about it, awesome. If I'm wrong about it, then I guess everything stays rosy and cheerful, and kudos to that. Hey, 69 likes. Don't like it anymore. Nobody click the like button. It's at a perfect number. The yin yang. Who did that? Who did it? Who put it to 70? Must not be a fan. Must not be a fan. Of the position, that is. Of the position. I totally understand why. The nose gets relatively close to uncomfortable locations. So, I'm kind of glad we pushed it up to 70. Wait, who took it down to 71? Don't you dare unlike the video just to get it back down there. Don't you do it. Yeah, do whatever you want. Actually, no, I failed the second test, have yet to take the next one, which they only do 2 tests a year. One's in December, one's in, I think, August. So I might sign up for the second one in August, but I'm also doing some other studying, so I might even jump that test to the next August while I study for a new thing. But I'm still, again, I was so close to pass. It's kind of one of those, like, you were so close, and now you're kind of, like, procrastinating, want to get back on the horse and study again, because it's like, damn, I was so close. But yeah, I mean, it's not, they're not easy exams by any measure, and I've never been the best exam taker to begin with. So, exams are always hard for me because they always like to throw in some trick questions, and my brain's like, why you got to be a jackass and make the question sound dumb for, like, obviously it's to give you a deeper understanding, but it's like, I have such a, if you want to call it, I would say, like, logical, like, make it make sense, and when you ask a question in a dumb way, I'm like, okay. Like, I mean, like, that's just not the way that I would tell someone something or interpret, what I'm saying? So, a lot of exams are built that way, and my brain doesn't work that way. So that's where I always struggle with exam taking, because when they try to throw in a cute way of asking a question, when if we were sitting at a dinner table, you get smacked in the face for talking like such a dumbass, It's like, it's just like, would you like a glass of water? It's like, that's a proper way of asking someone if they want a glass of water. Versus like, hot day outside, would you rather not have water, or something else? It's like, what? Chill out, fam. Yep. So the 2026 to 2032 poor performance time really just comes down to some chart on Google. It's called the periods of when to make money. So if you, which I'll cover with you guys, because why not? Because, CNBC isn't going to do it, so, someone's got to. I'm just kidding. CNBC is great. Wait, why did I click CNBC? I don't want to do that. So this has always been kind of a cool chart. Come on, why you gotta be dumb like that? Why is it gotta be dumb like that? Here you go. Oh, wait. Periods when to make money. I could go through every little thing of this, but basically you should just go to Google, type in periods of when to make money. I'll take you through the basics of reading this chart as it's cyclical. But somehow this thing is pretty good at like matching up with like good and bad times for markets. Now, how you interpret it is up to everyone, but basically we'll take you through the last couple. All right, so if we look at, where's my drawing tool? Why isn't it on here? Draw there. Whoa, dude, why you gotta do that? That's stupid. That's just dumb. That's just, all right. Well, I can't really draw because this thing's just dumb. So I guess we're just gonna use my cursor. You think it's off by a year or two? Yeah, it could very well be off by a year or two. So on and so forth. It's not necessarily perfect, but just in general, as a guideline, it's fairly accurate. So that's why I can comfortably just come and say, yeah, 2026 to 2032, if it's off by a year or two, kind of works within the realm. It's like, okay, great. All right, cool, right? So I don't have to sit here and be like, oh, it has to be perfect. Like, nah. All right, so if we look, this basically says that, right, so in 1996, you were looking at, wait, let me think again. Yeah, so anyways, it's been a while since I looked. It's like 1996, right? You're supposed to have like basically what they call as a peak in 1999, right? So 1999, 2000, dot-com bubble, right? And then from in here, you can kind of see from 1999 down to 2005, et cetera, right? Then this is another one. It shows the pinnacle or the peak at 2007. You had 2007, 2008 financial crisis market rolls. Market ends up bottoming, I think, in 09. Or let me just double check all stuff. Hold on. All right, sorry. So, basically it says 2007. So it says from 2007 to 2005, you're going to have a bear market or lower performance, right? So basically the market tops 2007, goes down until 2009. We start to bounce from 2009 to 2010. And then by about 2012, the market picks up. It's been picking up, but really essentially rallies out, right? So let's say we rally out from 2009, 2012 into 2019. All right. So in the year of like 2019, 2000, was that 2019, 19? So this is 18 into 19. So from the years of 2018 to 2019, that's when kind of Trump took office. And you'll look, there was kind of some blips and pullbacks in the market from 2018 to 2019, etc., right? And it's not perfect, right? Again, not perfect. Then again here, one second. Let's see. Where are we at now? So came out of 2023. So you can see the low of 2023 was supposed to be like bad, right? You can see we had a low peak in 2023. That was, what was that from? That wasn't COVID. It was, I don't even know what that was. But anyways, it was a market pullback for whatever reasons they sold us on. So the market kind of pulled back in 2023, right? So we're expected from around 2023 to 2026 to have a midterm bull market, right? What have you seen from 2023 so far to the beginning of 2025? Pretty much straight up bull market, right? And then in 2026, we're supposed to have theoretically downsided market, right? From 2026 to 2032. So it's my expectation that around this year to 2025 into 2026, somewhere to 2032, 2030, 2031, we might see something that's not as preferable, lower performance in the market, right? And then we're supposed to have a rally from 2032 to 2035, right? That could arguably be seen as an oversold long bounce in the market. So let's say we get shit on from 2026 to 2032, right? Things go down. They get so oversold that eventually they got to bounce, right? So then we bounce around 2032s, maybe do like a 2-year up rally to 2035, right? Et cetera, or to 2034, 2035, right? And then we kind of have a stall out from 2034 to 2039. And then from 2039 to 2053, we go on a ripper magoo. With 2039 being a cyclical bottom, with a nice rally for 5 years, little hesitation, then rip to 2053. In year 2053, what is it? 2024, so in 2053, that's about 20 years. It's going to make me 41 or so. So hopefully the portfolio is looking just bussin' by 2053. Now, again, I just look at this briefly. I'm not like a periods of when to make money chart master by any means, but if you take the basics of it, kind of wrap it into the market, you know, it just gives you another kind of thing to think about. So there you go. That's how we came up with 2026 to 2032. Right? What time is it? 2:21. 2:21. So if I... So let's go check a look at what's going on with good old Bitcoin. Still just holding that random double bottom, short-term action stuff. And then we grip her down to 54,000, baby. Let's go. Let's see. The market is still just, again, holding resistance in the 30-minute top as per kind of expected. But also, right, can you kind of get a vibe for that? Can you see how we needed to... You see how we're looking at 30-minute resistance up here, guys. So again, this is 30-minute resistance. As the markets enter 30-minute resistance, we would naturally, if you're going to look for resistance, you'd be looking for it to occur in transition as the new 30-minute candles develop. Hence why you saw this 30-minute candle print red, right? We came up, we tagged 30-minute volume weighted average price points. As a result, when we transition to the next 30-minute candle, it prints red, right? And that's so far kind of what has helped create this little top rolling scenario, right? Yeah. Anyways. Yep. Alrighty. That was a fantastic day. I guess I will catch you guys back tomorrow morning. Again, I think we're going to be starting to stream a little more regularly here on a day-to-day. So yeah, we'll just catch you guys back tomorrow. Make sure to share the stream with Ricky Gutierrez, anybody of those guys you like, any of your trading friends, fam, and other Discords. Help grow the stream. And that's about it. That's all I can ask. All right, guys, appreciate it. And I'll catch you back tomorrow morning. Cheers.
Maybe cheers. I don't even know how to shut this down. Where's OBS? Where's life? There you are.